If we could have all those who are present, there's, if you wouldn't mind signing in if you haven't in the back corner. That way, if anyone gets up for public comment, we have the correct name spelling in that. Okay, we ready? We'd like to welcome everyone out to the Highland City Council meeting here on Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. It is 7:03 p.m. And so we welcome everyone here. Once again, just want to, if you've not signed in, if you wouldn't mind just signing in on either of the sheets right there by the doors as you come in. So we welcome everyone here tonight. What we're going to start tonight's meeting, we'll have our invocation by Councilmember Doug Courtney, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Scott Smith. Doug.
We join today with grateful hearts, thankful for our many blessings. Among these is living in a time and a place where we're allowed to even have such a meeting. We ask that you send your Spirit upon us and fill us with your holy love so that we may recognize the divinity and the dignity inherent in each of our fellows, that we might care for others as we care for ourselves, that we might listen to each other with open minds, always seeking the best and wisest solutions. We pray this evening that you will grant this and that you will hear and answer the prayers that we carry in the silence of our hearts. We ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son. Amen.
As we look across the agenda tonight, we do have two items that will have public hearings. So if you're here for those, you'll have an opportunity to be able to get up and speak during those times. They are both our action items. We have an action item of a public hearing for our financial year 2023-2024 mid-year budget adjustments. And we also have our item number 3B, which is a public hearing for a general plan amendment for the 4800 West reconfiguration. So if you're here for either of those, I request that you just wait to make your comments during public hearing. But at this time, we'd like to open up our unscheduled public hearing or public comment time. So you're welcome to come up if it's an item we're not going to be discussing as part of the public hearing. You're welcome to come up and address the council. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and just state your name at the time when you come up. Is there anyone who'd like to come up in the unscheduled public appearance time? Seeing none, we'll now close our unscheduled public appearances. We do have our item number 2A, which is a consent item, approval of the meeting minutes from February 6, 2024 and February 20th, 2024. Is there a motion or anyone would like to pull any of those items? Seeing no one wants to pull, is there a motion?
I move to approve the minutes from the two meetings with one correction, that on item 4D on the February 20th minutes, we strike the May 15th City Council meeting and replace it with a May 15th resident meeting.
Motion by Doug.
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Ron. Now that's with those approval of the amendments. So, okay, if there's no other further discussion, let's go ahead and let's go to vote.
Mayor, I'm going to have to vote.
Okay, so we're going to start down here with Brittany. Are you up or?
I'm up.
Are we able to vote electronically? There's a couple that saying they're not. Okay. If you're able to vote electronically, which appears at this time only Brittany. So we'll start down here with you, Scott.
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
And Ron?
Yes.
Go ahead and reveal. Okay, and so that passes 5-0. We're now going to move on to action number 3A, which is a public hearing resolution are our financial year 2023-2024 mid-year budget adjustments. We'll go ahead, and I understand David Mortensen is not feeling well tonight. We apologize. He has the flu, which is our financial director. I believe Aaron Wells will be handling this, correct?
I am. So the day that the finance director has a budget meeting with the mayor and has to do budget adjustments, he thinks it's a good idea to get a stomach bug. So forgive me. I am going to do my best, Mayor and Council, and I think I've got a good handle on this, but here we go. So we bring forward kind of the formal budget adjustments for the current fiscal year that we're in. Many of those we've already talked about in previous city council meetings. This is kind of just formalizing those. Certainly there are some that are included that are new to the council, and I'll go over those, the significant ones. One other item to note, as I was preparing for this, I kept feeling like some of the numbers didn't add up, but then as a reminder, when we look at what the projected fund balance is going to be, that accounts for not just the changes we're making right now, but whatever was already budgeted. So if we already planned on using fund balance, and then it says we're using a little bit more, that means that yes, it looks like we're using more than what the changes are impacting, because it also includes the current budget. So hopefully with that clarity, everything else was clear to you. So I've kind of organized these almost by category, because a lot of the funds, when it talks about when we end up doing interfund transfers, they affect multiple funds. So let's start out with cemetery perpetual care. Ultimately, this will increase the fund balance, the changes that we're suggesting, but what this really impacts the general fund. Normally what happens is at the end of the year, at the end of the prior fiscal year, we do a transfer the next fiscal year of what the net revenue was in the cemetery fund. The past 2 years, as David and I were preparing the budget for next year, we realized, or the past year, that we had previously transferred too much money. We transferred what was budgeted rather than what the actual net revenue ended up being, and which was significantly lower for a few reasons. First, during the COVID years, our plot sales really increased in the cemetery, partially because of higher use, but partially because people were pre-buying. We were just nervous about that kind of thing at that time. So, but since then, our sales have dramatically decreased. So sales went down. We are adding the cemetery maintenance building, and we previously transferred too much money. When we put all that together, it means that we cannot afford to do a transfer into the general fund this year, ultimately, for the cemetery. And then if you move forward, so Brooklyn, so here's the general fund in total. So the first bullet point we already talked about. Essentially this, what we're proposing does decrease the fund balance in the general fund to about $5.2 million. The majority of that is the fact that we're no longer able to count on that cemetery general fund transfer just this year. Next year we'll be able to, though to a lesser dollar amount. And the other major change in the general fund, the fire department has been working with the mayors and the Lone Peak board over the past few months to talk about a mid-year adjustment for their employees to bring them closer in line. And so the Lone Peak board has approved this, but they approved it subject to the two cities approving it. So Lone Peak's approved it, Alpine's approved it, and now it's up to us to see whether we would like to approve that. And then the final thing that will be impactful to the general fund, the change is, this happened clear back in July, but previously council asked us to use some of the proceeds from the sale of the Wimbledon open space sale to improve the trails in that subdivision. So it's us just accounting for that project happening. Looking to the building fund, building capital and open space fund. So in our budget goal session in January, council directed us to use the fund balance from the open space fund, now that we're no longer charging that fee, to put it towards the parks maintenance building. So this will zero out the open space fund and transfer all of the excess revenue into the building capital fund to be ultimately used for the parks maintenance building. Okay, parks, capital, and town center all have to do with Mountain Ridge Park. So parks capital will ultimately, decrease in fund balance because we are using more fund balance to fund Mountain Ridge Park. But then there's also a transfer in from the town center exaction fee to help fund those Mountain Ridge Park improvements. Okay, sewer and culinary water, similar reasons for the transfers in these funds. First would be cost increases for various projects that we're doing, and then second is each of those funds paid their portion of the Mountain Ridge Park bill, and so it's a transfer into the Park Capital Fund again. Pressurized irrigation fund, similar story with the, they did have a small amount going towards Mountain Ridge, but the biggest change in here all has to do with the timing of the PI meter project. So we're going to do a little less this year, a little more next year, which means we get a little less grant revenue this year, a little more next year, and also the 6000 West pump station. So both of those are really moved to next fiscal year. Transportation utility fund. So if you remember October-ish, we had a conversation about we've gotten behind on our various road projects. However, there is about $500,000 fund balance in that fund because we had been holding off on some of those road projects because of the lawsuit and various legislative changes. And so council at that time said, let's spend an extra $500,000 this year to kind of catch up and get some extra projects done. With that, that's a high-level overview of all of those. I'm happy to take questions now, or if you want to open the public hearing, Mayor.
Is there any questions before we go to public hearing? Okay, at this time, we will open up our public hearing, our mid-year budget adjustments. Anyone would like to come up and address this, please come up and address your name to the council. So this is on the mid-year budget adjustments. Public hearing is now open. If anyone would like to come up and discuss that. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed and brought back to the council for discussion or motion.
Make a motion if we're ready.
Yeah, for the public, a lot of these items have already come to the council throughout the year, so this isn't the first time they've seen it. We started making adjustments in the budget back in October, November, so they've been coming throughout council meetings, and this is now our final approval of adjusting our budget. So,
But we've already discussed and talked about and kind of have an understanding. I move that the City Council adopt the resolution amending the Highland City fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget as shown in the included exhibit and as presented by staff.
Second.
okay, motion by Ken, second by Doug. If there's no further discussion, is everyone logged in to be able to vote? Okay, is it? Those can vote. We'll get them in.
Just hit refresh.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Here? There we go.
If by refreshing, were you able to come in? Okay, so Doug.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and reveal. That passes 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 3B, which is a public hearing of an ordinance of the general plan amendment to 4800 West redesignation. Before we kind of begin, maybe I'd kind of like to give a little history how we got here. I apologize for kind of maybe jumping ahead some of the staff's situation. We were all together 2 years ago at the first part of March in 2022. There was a motion that then the council turned down that the proposed changes along 4800 West. On April 19th, 2022, the council did make a motion to approve to make some changes in 4800 West, more at the intersection, and asked that they would come back with recommended safety recommendations there for the intersection. Now, as we fast forward 2 more years, Mountain Land Association Government back in 22 put the project on their list. We did get put on, and when you look at the funding of Mountain Land Association of Government, so when it's a Mountain Land Association of Government funding, the city is not paying the entire bill. It's a joint, it's going to be coming, it's really, they're looking at its county or regional basis, and so they're willing to help fund the improvements there in that area. So we approved a motion on April 19th, 2022. We now move, and in December, we start talking to some of the city council members saying, okay, this is now going to be coming up on MAG's docket. We held some meetings. We started having meetings with two council members, some in December, some the very first week of January, asking what they would like, what information are they needing to be able to look at those safety improvements at 4800 West. What came from those meetings, they requested, the council did, to have a new traffic study done to be able to get an outside study from outside of UDOT. So the city then went and hired Hells Engineering to do a traffic study. That traffic study was reported back Actually, at the very end of January, we had a work session, and I believe Ryan Hills came to that work session, and council was able to ask several questions about the traffic study on 4800 West. And it was agreed at that time we would then put it on a city council agenda. We also wanted to have a work session with the residents that were going to be affected. That work session, or that neighborhood meeting, happened 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, the Planning Commission made a motion and heard this same situation, and I think it was a 5-1 vote to deny the application. That now gets us to tonight. And so tonight, we'll now turn some time over to the staff to walk through a little bit of the information, what we're considering tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. In fact, you gave a good portion of what I was going to talk through. Let's go back.
Sorry.
Actually.
That's the politician.
As I'm just trying to save, I know the residents have sat through this presentation to some extent twice now, so I want to not, let you express your opinion as quickly as possible and get the council to the discussion, because I know the council has also been participating and listening and reading a lot of comments and emails and has listened to planning commission meetings and the neighborhood meetings. So a little bit abbreviated of an introduction and to leave more time for discussion, questions, and the public comments. So in short, the proposal is a proposed amendment to the city's general plan. Under state law, the city is required to have a transportation master plan that identifies arterials and collector roads. And state law also says once you adopt that plan, you can't build a road unless it conforms to that plan. So the city cannot increase a collector to an arterial unless you've designated an arterial in your general plan. That's what the proposed amendment is to expand or reclassify a portion of 4800 West from a major collector to a 5-lane arterial from SR 92 up to 11200 North. This is a follow-up. The amendment, as the mayor discussed, was proposed 2 years ago to a greater extent. This is a lesser project, but it is following on an approved project for an intersection improvement that was approved in 2022 and will be done, or construction will begin in 2026, is the schedule. The Planning Commission did hear this a couple of weeks ago and recommended against making this amendment. This is a legislative decision for the council. You're not bound by the Planning Commission's decision, but they did make a recommendation for you to consider. And we'll walk through a little bit of what they outlined, and that's also in the staff report. What we're focusing on as staff today is why staff has proposed this. Part of it is we were asked to, and part of it is this is the recommendation. There's a lot of concern about whether this is a capacity versus intersection matter. When staff looks at this, and I'm not a traffic engineer or an engineer of any kind, and I would always welcome Andy, and we'll have Ryan Hales here to explain, but congestion is a safety issue. It's not a capacity widening thing, but as anyone who's driven on a road where you have 2 lanes that stop at a light, and 1 lane is backed up, if you're in the other lane, I don't know how many of you have ever been cut off by cars pulling out of the backed up lane to try to get into the other one. Whenever there's congestion, people try to make moves that are a little bit riskier or less thought through in order to avoid it. And the more people stay at congestion, the more likely they are to get distracted, get frustrated. And that's why this is considered addressing capacity does address safety. The other item we're looking at in terms of safety is to improve an intersection is not just what's between the 4 crosswalks, not just the square in the middle. Intersection includes how you get into it and how you leave it. So when the council recommended or asked staff to continue looking at safety of this intersection, that's why staff looked not just at what's inside of it, but also how you get in and out of the intersection, because that does affect the safety of it. The effects of an intersection extend for hundreds of feet in and out, and so a fix to an intersection could include that. And because widening the road to encapsulate those kind of congestion issues would de facto create an arterial, that's why we're saying the council would need to amend the general plan to do this. So those are our major discussion points. This is, it's always funny to me how simple of a proposed change this is for how important it is to the city and to residents and how much impact it has. Because all that's being done, quote unquote, is adding some stripes onto the map showing that portion of 4800 West as a 5-lane arterial. Obviously, it is much more than just that. It is increasing lanes, it is taking people's property, it is increasing traffic and noise and all of those impacts. But this is the actual amendment that is proposed for the council to consider.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
What we're considering tonight is not the exact plan that we'll be doing. It's just the amendment to the code. Is that correct?
Correct. We've tried to give some conceptual designs because that helps
But we're not
visualize
locked to
it.
that.
We're not
If we
approving
approve
a
this
design or a
tonight-
concept.
Okay.
However, you can approve a scope. You could approve, say, a
We could put some
reclassification of
limitations
road,
on it.
but
Yeah.
then give direction to staffs that says, move
4
it
lanes.
to here, or when you go to design the project or work with MAG, take these factors in consideration or put these limits on it. This is what we'll approve.
Okay.
So you can absolutely give us that direction because we're moving forward, if we move forward with an application to MAG, we'll want to take the council's direction into effect.
Thank you.
So this is the part that the mayor kind of went through, but I was going to highlight it again, how we got to here and why we are here again. This is a project that has been considered for a long time. This intersection has been known to be an issue for a long time. The initial project that was proposed end of 2021 into 2022 was a 5-lane arterial all the way into Alpine up to the roundabout up there. On February 22nd in 2022, the commission, in a unanimous vote, recommended in favor of that, but had a lot of caveats regarding considering citizen comments, concerns regarding safety and shoulders and all of that, and said, council, we're recommending this amendment, but also look at what the citizens are saying because we have some concerns there. That then moves to the council on March 1st, and the council, after considering it, holding a public hearing, voted to continue the item to ask, to explore other options. And in minutes, there's a long list of items that the council asked staff to look at, including, can we shorten that 5-lane down a bit? Can we do something else? What other options does the city have? So staff went back, tried to get a little more options to allow for shoulders, address the intersection, reduce impacts, and then in 2 more weeks, on the next slide, it comes back to the city council. We presented multiple options. It was one of the options was a similar concept as what was being proposed tonight, a 5-lane going up to 11,200. A little bit of differences between what was proposed then and tonight, but the same concept was there. There was also an intersection-only improvement project. And after some discussion, the council voted to go in that direction. As the mayor indicated, there was actually a lot of discussion by the council about this has been brought up quickly. We know MAG has a 2-year funding cycle. Can we approve an initial project and maybe add to it in 2 years at the next cycle when we have some more data, some more information? And in a 4-to-1 vote, the council denied the proposed amendment at that point, pulled the initial MAG application, and instructed staff to proceed with an intersection-only improvement and to do additional studies related to that. Following that, the project continued to be discussed. The council held a work session with UDOT, the regional director, Eric Rasband, discussed a lot of UDOT improvements, what you could do with signalization and lighting and striping and all of that. On April 19th, the council held another hearing, and this is where the council actually approved the intersection design. Staff had prepared what is currently approved with a 10-foot trail, a little bit of shoulders, a little bit of widening at the intersection only, but nothing going north beyond that. And that was unanimously approved by the council. So
Excuse me, did it have bike lanes?
No bike lanes in the initial approval. There is a trail.
There's a trail,
sorry.
but no bike
The,
lanes.
no, the project that was approved has 5-foot shoulders on either side, and it's a bike lane shoulder combo. So it has bike lanes each way.
Each way.
Plus a 10-foot trail on the east side.
And does it have the 2-foot divider that we have on the other side of the south side?
No, it
does
doesn't. It
not.
just has,
So it's a little
it's just the
less-
travel lane, a white line, and the 5-foot for the bike.
A little less safe than when you have.
Less space, but less takings.
Yeah, okay.
in that regard.
Mayor,
This was approved 2022. So this again, yes, council member.
let me just kind of clarify. The motion tonight is to designate this as an arterial road.
Correct.
So it's interesting, in the UDOT study we had in 2017, they referred to North County with the 5 lanes as an arterial. They referred to the Alpine Highway that has 3 lanes as a minor arterial. How does that differ? We have 3 lanes going up 4800 West right now. How does this differ?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'll answer that. And that is each entity, and I'm going to get an example that we'll get to in a minute, but each entity, based on the level of facilities that that entity manages, defines the break between a collector road and arterial or a minor collector a little different, right? So UDOT manages very, very large facilities. And so what the city would consider an arterial in the city's terms, UDOT would consider a minor collector or even a collector, just because of the way that they grade their facilities. And so we don't have anything that the city owns and manages that's rises nearly to the level of the facilities that UDOT manages. And so our grades are just a little bit smaller. Now we'll talk about, you know, and in the presentation, Alpine has given a letter that indicates that 4800 West, and when it gets to Alpine, it's called Canyon Crest, on their plan is a 3-lane road, but they reference that as an arterial because, again, Alpine deals with a lesser set of roads and congestion than we do. And so while the term arterial collector are tossed out for just kind of sensing the level of facilities or the size of facilities, they don't always refer to an exact, like arterial to UDOT's not an arterial to us, if that makes sense. I hope that answers your question.
It did not.
Oh,
Scott, I think your question is why is the wording for the
Okay.
UDOT road one way, where you have the same wording on it's just
Right.
I think it's just each entity has their own wording for the type of road. Is that what
It's
So
just because
does the
our-
city consider Alpine Highway to be a minor arterial?
Ooh, I have to
Because
review our-
UDOT seems to think it is. And I just was curious. You know, it's a 3-lane road, and I just was curious.
yeah, terminology. Rob's
Is Alpine
pulling up
Highway-
while I talk.
It's a city road, right?
In a general sense, conversationally, Rob's checking the actual plan. We would talk about most of the UDOT roads as arterial, right?
Okay.
Because arterial roads are those that carry the most traffic in the traffic system. So Rob's checking our
Yeah.
actually map.
I'm just curious because that's what we're voting tonight on whether to have an arterial or not, but I just like to understand the definition.
Yeah, and then what I was trying to explain is that it's a little bit of a fluid definition, right, per the entity.
And I'll accept that. I appreciate that, Andy.
Yeah.
On the recommended transportation network slide, page 43, I think, in the agenda packet, it looks like Alpine Highway is defined as a proposed 5-lane arterial up to the end of Highland on the north side. It's in other jurisdiction, but it has the red
dashes.
dashes.
Red
in it.
dot. I understand that. It's just I wanted to clarify.
Yes. So you'll notice it's marked a little bit differently than some of our other ones because I think it's because it's a UDOT and it's a future. So the dashing is proposed, but also marked in yellow as a other jurisdiction because it's a UDOT road. So it is both North County and Alpine Boulevard are marked as 5-lane arterials proposed. That one of them should be updated to current because it is. But Alpine Highway has not been constructed yet to a 5-lane. So we updated that because UDOT calls it an arterial. So we kind of incorporated their arterial system into the city's transportation plan back when this was first adopted. But we didn't adopt it for 4800 West because that's under city control, and we were designated it for our purposes.
Right. So is there a difference in speed limits between arterial and collector?
That, again, is similar to what Andy was talking about, how each jurisdiction kind of has their own rules for how to classify things. UDOT has their own rules for how to give speed limits for different classifications of roads and usages. The city's not bound by theirs. We can set our own speed limits, as we did with Canal Boulevard or Highland Boulevard. We control that. There's a process we can go through to set those, but we remained, the designation is not necessarily tied to the speed limit. We haven't married those two up. So the fact we call something an arterial doesn't mean it gets 45 or 35 miles an hour. It just means here's how wide the road is and what its anticipated level of traffic and volume is in terms of design.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome. Great questions, and feel free to keep asking as we go through. So this was 2022. We move on then. Staff proposed submitted the application to MAG to receive the funding for that approved intersection design. We got approval of that, so that's the funding we have in place coming up for construction in 2026.
Can you tell us how much that is?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
12?
It's about 5.5 million.
Five and a half.
Was what was funded.
Okay.
In the meantime, staff also continued with the other directions from the council regarding doing more studies. One of the major topics was the gravel pit road. We commissioned with MAG a study to analyze the options for a gravel pit road connecting up into Alpine through the existing current gravel pit. The gravel pit road was completed in August 2023. There were some discussions among stakeholders in the latter end of 2023 regarding the feasibility of that. The summary of the report is it is a feasible road in the sense of we can build it. It's just an expensive road. And while it does remove some traffic, they did report that it would help both the Viewpoint Road, which I forget the name of, and 4800 West. It wouldn't be a collector, to use that terminology. It would be a two-lane road either way. On the next slide, actually, is they had different options they looked at. This was their preferred option when they did the study. You'll notice the alignment through there, again, high level conceptual, about a little over half a mile of a road, would carry 5,500 vehicles per day, would cost almost $27 million to build. So after that study comes out, we analyzed that, council reviewed that, and this is, Mayor talked about this earlier, council and staff then talk about, okay, with that, knowing that MAG does not seem interested in funding that. That's not with what they will generally approve. Do you want to relook at 4800 West now that we have that additional information to determine whether the project that was already approved, that intersection improvement, is that all that we want to do? Given that MAG has said they want to do this project funded once, is council comfortable with what you have done? Council considered it, and as the mayor indicated, we had some discussions, some workshops on it, and it was decided to bring this back for further consideration, public hearing, comments, and additional study. And that's how we've gotten here. It's been a long process, a lot of analyzation, and now this was what was presented to the Planning Commission. I should introduce my acronyms. I forget that. Mountain Land Association of Governments, MAG, UDOT, Utah Department of Transportation, consider this intersection a higher priority in terms of safety and traffic flow and congestion. This is kind of the thoroughfare of what, I forget what traffic engineer called us, but the cul-de-sac of Utah County, where no one goes into Highland or Alpine, but everyone goes out of it. So we are a dead end in terms. So UDOT has a regional plan to have SR92 go through and then go south to connect Highland and Alpine to the rest of the county. MAG has requested that whatever project we do here, that it be the project that we want to do. That if we're comfortable with what the council's already approved, good. But if we wanted to do more, now that we have that additional information, that we apply for that now and include that in our project scope. We've reviewed the other improvements, the signage, the striping, the light timing, and they've helped. They just haven't gotten us all the way there in staff's opinion. So again, as a reminder, this is what the council's already approved in 2022. And the next slide will show the conceptual design for the 5-lane arterial. You'll notice the highlights of it. I have some bullet points later, but the 2 left turn lanes. So sorry, it's oriented north is to your right. You just get more of a view that way. So coming off SR 92, going north onto 4800 West, you see the 2 left turn lanes. They're now collected to 2 northbound lanes on 4800 West. There's a more clearly defined right turn lane going west on SR 92, turning right onto 4800 West. On the southbound side, there's an additional right-hand turn. That dedicated right-hand turn on North County gets its own lane to help that merging there. And on the 4800 West side of things, you have a single left turn lane, 2 southbound turns, or southbound throughs, and then a right turn lane going westbound in SR 92, and 2 northbound lanes. That will, on the next slide, you'll see dead end, not dead end, but have a trap lane, meaning it becomes the solid white striped line and you have to turn onto 11200 North there. So that's just the highlights of what I just went through, of what the proposed concept is. This was from, again, as the mayor mentioned, we commissioned Hales Engineering to provide a study separate from what had previously been done to analyze this intersection. This is the recommendation from Hales Engineering related to that. The Planning Commission did consider this, as I mentioned, February 27th, they had a public hearing. We had a lot of residents participate, which is fantastic. Unanimously, they were all against the proposed amendment to the general plan. And it was also a few non-residents from Alpine also spoke as well. Numerous comments were provided by residents or the public in attendance regarding the potential deficiencies in the studies and the data used to support the studies, traffic and accident data, whether this would actually increase safety issues, especially with a lengthier crosswalk now that you're crossing 5 lanes instead of just the current 3, especially for families in a quieter neighborhood, that is an incredible new impact to them in terms of road noise, road impacts, dust, vibrations, all of those things that we associate with higher capacity roads. And whether this was actually any benefit to the city as opposed to more of an assistance to Alpine or Alpine residents. Sorry, just one more comment, Brooklyn. The commission then, after having that, voted 5-1 against the amendment. They proposed 3 findings with a recommendation that the studies performed show that traffic will not increase in a material substantial way, to the effect that they didn't believe that the studies really, with the data provided, show that there was a need for this type of capacity and intersection improvement. The project would have a significant and disproportionate impact on Highland residents as opposed to those who would be primarily using it, which would be Alpine residents coming south. And that with that, there's a lack of value to other Highland residents from this. Also for your consideration, there are a lot of impacts to the residents, and I don't want to minimize that in any way. This would require significant takes of property. We have done some mapping and drone footage. We've walked through those in 2 previous meetings. We have that if the council would like to review it again. I think most of you have seen it in the previous meeting, so we have it ready in case you would like to review it again. Is there any? I think you've all seen it multiple times.
Council, would you like to see, there was a video that was put together to be able to show a concept flyover. Is there anyone would like to see that?
Is this the same one we had
It's
at
the
the
same
public?
one we had.
It's the same one from
Yeah.
the previous
We had it
meetings and the planning commission and the open house that we held. I just want to make sure the council has had a chance to see that, to see the decreased front yard, the amount that this moves a road into people's current properties. The width of the road for pedestrians at that intersection does increase a lot. You're now crossing 5 lanes, or almost 6, depending on how you count the shoulders there. Ideally, the goal is that it will hopefully help people get through the intersection and decrease the incidents, accidents, the safety concerns of vehicles moving through that intersection is the goal of this. Hopefully that is a positive impact, but that's for the council to decide overall. Alpine, we asked them to give their feedback, and they said that they are sticking with their current plan as of the moment, that it's staying 3 lanes in Alpine. It's not being expanded to a 5-lane road on their side of the boundary. So, for your consideration,
Sorry. Was there ever recommendations that Alpine should expand their road to a 5-lane, or essentially looking at traffic patterns and planning, 25 years down the road, is that 3-lane sufficient for their needs?
back when and Andy can speak to this more, but when the 2022 project was the initial proposal, was a 5-lane all the way up into the roundabout, and then the roundabout be expanded to handle that. I don't know that that's been a suggestion that's continued since then. It was rejected by Highland, and then Alpine additionally then kind of went back and adopted the same standard that Highland did. And they haven't reconsidered. I don't know of any new study that says you need to expand this in the future.
Yeah, we asked Alpine so that it was clear for us and for our record what their current thinking is, and their current thinking is that it's a 3-lane road. And so I think that they kind of, contemplated in the actions we took, and then have looked at it, and that's where they sit today.
So we, and mostly Andy, and maybe I'll let Andy kind of take over on these points. We looked at different options for how to merge lanes, align intersections beyond just what has been approved. And Andy came up with 4 options to handle the northbound lanes, and I'll let him walk through.
Yeah, so what we got to ask to do on the staff side, because a lot of the commentary that we heard both through the public and through the Planning Commission and also the council was, do we really need, 2 lanes going northbound? Well, the challenge is, and this is what we kind of, Rob alluded to right at the first, is what we're trying to do is fix the intersection, but you can't just, go to the edge of the crosswalk and then, stop the lane, right? You have to transition one way or another. You have to transition these lanes that come into this intersection. And so, whether or not you look at the rest of the recommendations, as we've indicated, the traffic study from Hales Engineering indicates that they foresee a time when there'll be a double left needed, going from eastbound to northbound, turning from SR 92 onto 4800 West. What we did in this case is we kind of ignored everything else. And we said, okay, if all we're worried about is does there need to be 2 lanes going north of 4800 West, and because I think for the time being and for the foreseeable future, I don't be so bold as to say that I know what's 50 years down the road, but for the 2050 picture, everybody's saying, look, once you get through this intersection and you get transitioned off this intersection, 3 lanes will handle the capacity. 3 lanes, north of the intersection. But how do you transition into and out of that intersection is the big question. And so we looked at it and said, okay, the northbound lanes appear to be a big part of the question. So what are our options with the northbound lanes? And so we went through a little analysis. This was in your packets, but and said, okay, what could you do with the 2 northbound lanes? Because currently, today, 4800 West, North County Boulevard, whatever you want to call it. I know we're calling north of SR 92, 4800 West, south of 92, North County Boulevard. 2 travel lanes arrive at that intersection from the south, carrying traffic. And so we've got to figure out how we process that. So option, and while the options are spelled out here, we're going to just go through them graphically. So if you can go to the next slide, Brooklyn. So option 1 for how you handle those two lanes is this would be what's recommended in the study. You put 2 receiving lanes on the north side of the road, and then after you get past the intersection, you then transition them down. The advantages to that are you don't have any trap lanes. So a trap lane is when you are forced into a movement that you maybe didn't expect. If you're traveling in a through lane, you expect to continue to go through. Trap lanes happen when suddenly you find yourself being forced to turn left, turn right, do something other than just drive straight. So the disadvantage of this, probably the biggest disadvantage, is it does impact people's property, and it does cause additional impacts north of 92. The advantages are there's no trap lanes, people are traveling in a through lane, they continue through the intersection, and then they make the merge once they've processed all the conflicts of the intersection. Because what causes a lot of the safety concerns of the intersection is I'm processing conflicts on the fly. I'm going through the intersection or approaching the intersection, and now I'm having to process what am I going to do with my travel lane. So option number 2 would be work with UDOT and narrow those 2 lanes to a single lane south of SR 92. So essentially put those 2 lanes into 1 lane, and then again, as you approach the intersection, you would have to proactively enter the left turn, or you would have to proactively enter the right turn. That's not a trap scenario because you made a decision, I want to go left, I want to go right. Therefore, I turned my car, I entered that lane. This one would allow for the single lane to be received on the north side, but it is problematic in that we would anticipate that there would be substantial queuing during peak hours at the merge point. Because there is a substantial left turn movement in the peak hours. And so merging all those cars and putting them into those double lefts, we would likely see some pretty good congestion where those merged. You go to the next
And merging to 1 lane on option 2, that's a UDOT decision, not ours.
That is a UDOT decision. Yes, that's a UDOT decision.
We have no
pointed that out.
guarantee that they would go along with that. Is that right?
These scenarios were contemplated, and 2 of the 4 scenarios require UDOT input.
Okay.
Meaning, you know, the merge, that would require UDOT to go along with it. But we just said, hey, what could be done?
Yeah.
What could be
Good.
done? If all the choices were out there, what could be done?
And
So-
so this is thinking out of the box. What could we do to take care of? We did have a meeting we have a quarterly meeting with UDOT. We did discuss, and I think, Ron, what you're mentioning, they would probably not look favorable to come with all the traffic coming up, you know, North County and bring it to 1 to go out.
Yeah.
But it is an option. So option 2 was an option.
Yeah, it's option 3 is basically what we have now today, except for it would be basically what was voted on 2 years ago, which was align the through lane so that it goes through, so that I numbered these lanes, and I forgot option 2, and one other disadvantage to option 2 is it never you can't have a double left in the future. Because in order to have the double left or lane 3, which you see on the screen, lane 3 is the left turn from eastbound 92 to northbound 4800. Under option 2, you can't have the double left. Under option 3, you can't have a double left. But option 3 is basically what was approved a couple of years ago. The problem is that lane 1 from the northbound lane 1 continues to be a trap lane, and the trap lane in times of congestion, the trap lane proves to be problematic because people make erratic decisions without realizing that they're trapped in that left lane. We see that today, and we would anticipate that to some measure that would continue, even with the alignment of the lanes.
So Andy, what you're saying is if you're going down North County Boulevard going north, there's 2 lanes.
There's 2 lanes, lane 1 and lane 2.
And traditionally, most individuals recognize that if they're going to get in a turn lane, they have to make a motion to the left to get over in turn lanes.
Correct.
What we're seeing on North County is there could be a person in lane number 1 that never makes a motion to get out of the lane, and they think they're going north, and they're the north lane going because they haven't made any motion. And that's where we have that conflict because it's a trap lane because going, hold it, I am not going north this lane, and all of a sudden it just kind of dead ends on them. So that's one of our safety issues.
That's one of our safety issues. We see that today, and we would anticipate that would continue because anytime we're in a busy scenario, we're in congestion, and we're going to talk on option 4. We've got an example of option 4 here in Highland. It's in a different location, but we have an option 4. So I want to revisit that issue of decisions at intersections and signage and other things. So option 4 is rather than having a trap left, because on option 3, lane 1 is a trap left. Option
Trap-
4
trap-
would be
right, yeah, trap-
reconfigure that so that you end up with lane 2 being a trap right. Now, in Highland, we have a trap right that happens. It happens at 6400 West. So if you travel SR 92 and you're heading east into Highland at 6400 West, there's a trap right. And the striping to tell you that the lane's going to end is about halfway through the dip. It switches to the little dotted signage, which tells you the lane's going to end. On your right hand, as you progress through the dip, the Dry Creek dip, you see several signs that tells you right turn's going to end, the right lane's going to end. Up on the signal, there's a right turn only arrow on that lane, and yet pretty well all of you would have driven that and experienced being in that lane adjacent to that trap lane and right at 6400 West, somebody realizing, oh, I don't want to go right, and making a quick evasive maneuver right at the signal, cutting you off. And that's what you get with the trap lanes at the busy roads, trap lanes, people otherwise focused on the travel. And even though there are signage and there's multiple signage there, we still see that repeatedly, that people make that evasive maneuver. And so the challenge with both option 3 and 4 is just simply that those trap lanes continue. And so really that's why you've got the recommendation from the staff that you do, that you receive those 2 lanes on the north side, is simply because that has the most predictable traffic condition and therefore the highest degree of safety. And hopefully that was helpful just to think through those and think through what our options are, and happy to answer any questions, Rob. I'll
Answer questions before we go to public hearing, and then we'll have questions after.
Yeah, I'd like a question. I thought the residents brought up an option, and the Planning Commission talked about that same option, and it wasn't any of these 4s. I'm a little disappointed that the option of rather than 5, we go to 4, and the right turn only would be a right turn, or once UDOT changes the other side of that intersection, 2 lanes could go forward, and that would be an option to turn right. Was it in there?
Yeah, no, so what we were doing, Ron, I believe what you're speaking to is the southbound.
The southbound.
Southbound, and in this case, we intentionally, we weren't trying to leave out the other elements of it. We intentionally were just strictly looking in the northbound. And so on the north end of this intersection, we were trying to just simply reflect the conditions as they would exist if the council motion went through of a couple of years ago, or if that project was built. So you notice on like figure 1, we just have a single right turn lane, we have a single through lane, and we have a single left turn lane on the north side of the intersection. So we were intentionally not trying to touch any of the other movements in this analysis, and just said, okay, if all else stays the same, and the only thing we're looking at is how do we deal with those 2 northbound lanes, what are our choices?
Yeah.
So I apologize, I didn't mean to be offensive in leaving that off.
No, it's not offensive
It
at
was
all.
kind of a given set of constraints that we looked at.
I deeply appreciate all the work that the staff has put into this, and Ryan Hales and Hales Engineering. It's very appreciated. My concern is that I believe we can cut an impact on the Beasleys if we make that 1 lane, the right lane, optional instead of adding a lane to turn right, which gives us 6 lanes across there. We at least reduce it by 1 and impact their property less. Is that right? If we were to
Correct.
do
That is a consideration that the council could consider, and I believe Ryan's ultimately prepared to speak to tonight. You are absolutely correct. That is an option that we can entertain and discuss tonight.
Okay.
It just wasn't part of this analysis. And I
Yeah.
apologize. This
And
was
I
just
understand.
strictly trying to look at how do we process those northbound lanes.
I understand. Thanks.
Scott, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want to add to that because I agree with that too. I'm not an engineer, and I appreciate all the studies and the work you've done. I understand the problem that we're trying to address here. But, you know, I do know a fair amount about human nature. And it just seems odd to me that we need a dedicated right turn lane coming south onto SR 92 because the big problem is the morning congestion from 7 to 9. So I'm not sure why people who live above the roundabout in Alpine would choose to come down North County so they can turn right on Timpanogos when they can go down Alpine Highway and get right on Timpanogos. I don't know why people in Highland who live at 11200 or above would choose to come down to a really busy intersection to get to Timpanogos Highway when they can go down 11200 and get on the Alpine Highway. So it seems like it's kind of counterintuitive. I'm sure it's used. I've driven through this intersection when it's not the rush hour time, and it's kind of a clear shot most of the time. And so I guess I'm just confused why we need to have 6 lanes right there with a dedicated right turn lane and extending the right turn lane when it just makes sense that people ought to be going over to the Alpine Highway there rather than coming all the way down to a really busy intersection to turn right. I'm not sure how you save any time or anything like that. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I agree with Ron that we ought to find every way we can to narrow and decrease the impact on our residents.
Yeah, and I completely understand those points and would acknowledge what you're saying about trip selection. You know, if it depends on where you're going as to which route you would take. And,
Right.
And as I say, this is an option that we have actually spoken with Ryan, that I know he's prepared to talk about there in his analysis. So during his presentation, I promise he'll have an answer for you.
So what we do is we have public comment, and that way we have Ryan Hells here from Hells Engineering. He can hear some of the public comments, some of their concern, and so then during his presentation, he can try to even address some of those concerns, or at least also understands what we've been talking about, what the residents might have a concern. And so if it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and open this up for a public hearing unless there's other comments that you'd rather.
I just had one quick question. I'm hoping that either he will address or you can, Andy. Can you talk about why we need a 12-foot width lane as opposed to a 10-foot? Or Ryan can address that either way.
I'm happy to speak to it. So our cross sections right now are planned with 11 foot on the travel lanes, and they're planned with a 12 foot in the center. And a lot of our city facilities, that's what we'll plan for. So 12 foot is what UDOT typically puts on their roads, and they'll put like that center two-way left turn lane is usually 14 or 15 feet on a UDOT road. Typically in our city scenarios, we don't go to a 10 foot unless we're really looking at something that's a lower speed and that's a little more constrained in volume. So generally the step that we'll go to narrow up the lanes is we'll go to an 11 foot lane instead of the 12. And we're very comfortable going there in this scenario. As you get to 10, you can do 10, but the typical, like a semi or anything else, they're 8.5 foot wide. And so if you have anything that's a little bit oversized and you're driving in 10-foot lanes, their mirrors are basically, at the lane lines, if you will. And so if we expect any type of oversized vehicles or any, something that's other than very, very slow speed, we'll look at 11s, but we typically don't go to 10. I don't know if that answers the question.
That does beg the question, though, that if 10 feet, I know that the reality is road width, all the environmental stuff goes into how fast people are comfortable driving. And how fast they are comfortable driving is the safest speed limit to set. So UDOT sets at 85% of that because we all drive a little faster by 15% than the speed limit, so that we are going what we're comfortable with. If the 10-foot wide reduces what we're comfortable with, isn't that an advantage? And maybe Ryan could address that in his comments, if you would. But I have a question about that because intuitively it's like, I'm at 30,000 feet here. I am not a traffic engineer. I can just ask questions. But a 10-foot wide would automatically reduce that speed because we're not comfortable in a narrow. We could have turns. There's things we can do to reduce speed other than just put a sign up. So
correct.
Anyway,
you're correct, and your geometrics do influence your speed. And I'll let Ryan touch on that more, but it's You know, it's a function of your complete design of the roadway, if you will, and of the vehicles that you expect and the speeds you expect them to travel on that roadway.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready for opening of the public hearing. So what we're going to have is we're going to have the public hearing. What I'm going to recommend is that you keep all your comments to 3 minutes. That also, if you can limit, do not do any clapping. The reason we don't want any clapping is that there's some that have a different thought than what you do. The clapping can also conclude their thought process. We're also asking that you don't repeat. So if someone's already said a comment, come up and say, hey, we've heard that comment before, and so we'd like, I support that person, their comment, to try to help us with time. And then if you'll just make sure you state your name, please. So at this time, we'll open the hearing up for public comment. If you'll keep your time to 3 minutes, please. So the public hearing is now open.
My name is Spencer Robinson. I live on 1111 North. You've all got emails from me with letters and stating on what I felt. So, and then things have really changed. I'm after listening to staff's recommendations today, I'm really confused on why we're here tonight. In all our past 3 meetings, well, let's go first. 2 years ago, you approved the alignment, which covered our safety. We had lots of discussions on that after, we delayed meetings. We had meetings after the city council voted not to do the widening, to come up with a good, safe plan. The widening that has been proposed and has been accepted and approved by you guys and accepted by Mountain Lands, that covers our safety issues with our alignment. And it also covers the safety issues with the sidewalks and the shoulder. That came up as a lot of work on our effort and your effort to come up with that plan. In the past meetings, the purpose of the widening was capacity. That was what it was about. And we were trying to figure out how to make it safe while we made it larger for capacity. In the meeting tonight here, it seems like someone's really read the Hell's report. The capacities, we're good. We're satisfactory on capacity. So now we're talking about trying to do it for safety, but safety we've already discussed too. That was done in the alignment thing. So now you have a lot of residents here that you're talking about taking their property, and it's not based on capacity, and it's not based on safety because we've already talked about safety. We've already went through that. What is it based on? I don't know what it's based on. Staff has flipped on what they've recommended and why they've recommended it from our meeting in our planning commission to our meeting tonight. They read the report. They can't base it on capacity. It doesn't say that in the report. We're trying to project future 2050 growth, and even then it's kind of a stretch to make it a capacity thing. And the bottom simple thing, if you want 5 lanes, that's 5 lanes, more traffic, wider stuff, more safety concerns. 5 lanes doesn't make it safer. 5 lanes make it more dangerous across the board. And so this argument, 5 lanes makes it safer, that's just crap. As far as I'm not a traffic engineer, but you look at lanes and you look at things, there's more accidents on the Highland or the Country Corner intersection than what there is over on 4800 West. 4800 West, for the health study, they pulled up the traffic counts. The most traffic-related accidents there is going westbound, turning south. And that accounted to I can't remember, 40% or something like that. It was only 6% of the through traffic because of the alignment that maybe was caused by the alignment, or someone felt like they was in a tracked lane. That was 6% of the accidents. So I'm just confused on why we're here tonight. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Wendy Bishop, and we live on the west side of 4800 West. And we sold our property to make the beginning of the turn lane going south. And because there's no shoulder there, we have people parking in the turn lane. So when I try and get out of my circular drive and there's someone parked there and all the cars are backed up, I can't get into the turn lane because they believe that the turn lane is the shoulder. So if it stays the same, we need to make sure that people know where that starts, where the turn lane starts. Thank you.
My name excuse me, is George Bishop. I live at 11093 North, 4800 West. The last couple of meetings, we talked about that turn lane being underutilized. And if any of you travel that road, if you go down that road, both of those lanes line up with the southbound lanes on the other side of SR 92. It wouldn't take much at all for UDOT to realign or to make that turn lane a dual purpose lane. So that's a great option. As far as widening two northbound lanes, all you're doing along that whole road, that block that you're wanting to align or widen that to 5 lanes, in that block is the only block along there till you get to Alpine where houses enter and exit directly onto 4800 West. All of the others are in collectors or whatever you want to call them. So 2 lanes going north with a trap lane, you're going to have a bunch of traffic pushed into that 2 lanes, and then have to, 99% of the cars have to try and get over into that single northbound lane that goes into Alpine. So that's a horrible idea. I don't know who came up with it. If it's Hales and he's here, I'm sorry. But the northbound lane is not the issue. It has twice the light duration of going north because of the 2 left-hand lanes and the duration of that light. Most of the traffic going north is able to get through that intersection in 1 light cycle. So putting 2 lanes through isn't really necessary either. So if you can stick with the other option that's already been approved, I would say what great councilman and mayor you guys are. And if you can align the southbound, I think that would help as well. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Broadhead. I live on 4752 West, Stony Brook Lane. And I asked the Planning Commission last week the same question I'm going to ask you. By raise of hand, how many of you live on that north side of SR 92?
This is just for you to make a comment. That's not necessarily for them to.
Oh, last week we were allowed to ask and they were allowed to answer. Thank you for that clarification. So it sounds like none of you do because I've already looked up your addresses. It's public record. With that being said, I commute it daily and I go back and forth and have seen a lot of the improvements that have been made that have helped. There are some things that have not been done that we had discussed previous, like the striping on the road has not been updated. So you still only run into the signage when you're right at the cross section. I don't see how any of the new proposals is going to help any of us that live on that north side of SR 92. As a community, you're just funneling it down to be now in my backyard where you're going to have issues going from literally the 5-lane arterial to the 3 because my backyard is Alpine. I don't know if you guys are interested in property values, but having a 5-lane arterial will definitely impact your revenue and what you'll be able to collect from those community members on the north side of SR 92. I'm an architectural designer. I do that for a living. I've seen the impact that a 5-lane road will have on a community. You will not see the value in these homes if you continue this road through. And that should be something that as a community and as elected officials should be top of mind because it will decrease. And those homes are multi-million-dollar homes on many of that north side of SR 92. So with that, thank you for my time.
There's been about 6 minutes of unused time. My name's Jay Curley. I intend to use it.
You have 3 minutes.
There's options 1 and 2 are pulled up again. I just have, a statement, I guess, since we can't ask questions. Lane 1 on option 1 is a straight lane to try to align with the current straight lane. This would align lane 2 of the northbound side going with the existing lane that's currently there. So my comment is that I think that we have an option of keeping the expansion on the south side of Timpanogos Highway, SR 92, and turning lane 1 into a safety barrier between the first of the two turn lanes going north and that straight lane. That will keep anyone, bad behavior or ignorance, from being able to jump into the straight lane. That's one of my comments. The next is that the crash data does not support any of the data presented in these options. All the data is on that Hales engineering study, and we average less than 5 accidents a year going north through the intersection, and about 30 going west to south, and about 15 going south or going east to west. That's a huge issue. The majority of those accidents do not exist in the northbound lanes. So if the safety is the actual concern here, then expanding on the south side of SR 92 to have a continuous straight lane that does align perfectly. We're 10 feet off is what the study says, which if our lane is 11 feet, that gives us a 1-foot barrier safely to align that option 1, lane 2, to be a straight through lane without impacting any of the properties on the north side of the road. The woman before me, I forgot her name, did speak to the property values and the safety on the road on the north side. Part of that is my specific lot. I live at 11088. It would turn my lot into a non-conforming lot. The expansion plan that's already been approved back in 2022 that has not started construction, even though we're saying that if we start construction or get approved in 2024, that the construction will start in 2026. So we should be started on that construction based on funding already. It would turn my lot into a non-conforming lot. It would make my driveway completely unusable, and it would be almost impossible to get in and out of my driveway safely, forward or backwards. And then the last thing, two things, Scott Smith, I'd like to say I appreciate you bringing up travel issues and trip selection, because it's a huge part of the issues that we're facing. And the traffic study also showed a decrease in traffic between the two studies that were done between 2018 and 2024 now, a significant decrease. The one intersection to the west of us has a significant increase, which feeds into the idea that we should probably be looking at Alpine Highway and not 4800. So thank you.
Just so you're aware, Mr. Hurley's home will probably be one with the new proposal that's one of the greater affected, just so that you kind of understand his emotions there. So.
Yeah, appreciate it.
So Shane Davenport, I'm at 11161 North, 4800 West, and I'd like to say ditto to everybody that stood up before me. I also am not sure why we're here. I hope that each one of you were there in our previous 2 meetings that we've had and take serious weight to the planning committee's decision. I'm also not sure why we have to have further clarification, because we have the reports. We've read the reports. Decisions have been made on these reports. One thing that Hale's report said is that between now and 2050, that intersection is sufficient. And it doesn't need to have changes. And I guess there might be clarifications on that. But we have made changes. We've seen improvements, as the mayor has said in our last meeting. And there are current improvements that we can do to improve that intersection without the disruption of the community, without changing the makeup and the feel of the community. I also would fall into that non-conforming if this plan that you're throwing out throws me into a house. I don't want to be grandfathered in to making my house more dangerous just to fit this plan. And there's 30 houses, approximately 30 houses that will be disrupted there. We can fix this problem with the current changes that you're making. We can improve it. Accidents have not increased. There is not a reason to make further expansion and disruptions of people's lives. And especially, I hope you understand, the change and the makeup and the feel of the community is going to be disrupted forever. It's a nice community right now.
My name is Chad Broadhead. I'm at 4752 West Stony Brook Lane. I also own the lot on the corner there as well. So I'm kind of doubly interested in this. To begin, I've been working with Rob a number of times to try and figure out why we have a 30-foot landscape easement along that east side when nobody else on that whole section does. That was established, I think, in 2017, which begs a lot of questions as to how early you guys actually had planned this and when this was in process, because that was definitely put there to allow this to happen in the future. So I raised the question of when did this really start happening and what were the motivations behind it? To get into all of this, I agree with everybody else and what they've said. Rob said earlier it equaled more noise and more traffic. He talked about how Highland and Alpine are a cul-de-sac, and we're basically now feeding more noise and more traffic into a cul-de-sac, which doesn't seem like a very great idea. Andy mentioned the trap lanes. All we're doing with that is pushing them past the intersection at this point. We're not eliminating trap lanes. There's no way around this. So it's whether you want them to come into a house or whether you want them to be into an intersection. And it sounds like the data doesn't really support the fact that they're coming that direction anyway. So that's something to consider. The large width of the lanes was an interesting comment. It just sounds like we're basically creating a 5-lane arterial so we can bring in bigger traffic and bigger, basically, vehicles. I don't know what those trucks are, what we're doing that already has that, but it's not going to be safer, that's for sure. Scott, you brought up an interesting point about the counterintuitive nature of it. I drive that intersection at least 10 times a day. I am all over the place coming back and forth, and I just don't see it myself. If it's ever bad, and it's always high school kids, you just go the other way or you go cut through a neighborhood. It's just not the issue we're making it out to be. And then as well, the Alpine Highway, I don't understand why it isn't a 5 with all the traffic issues. It seems like we're pushing that to go east, but we've never utilized it right down the middle of the thing, especially with all the new development happening in that area. Yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is John Ort, 4828 West, 9600 or 11200 North. So a couple of things. I like the idea of a 10-foot wide road. I'd like to also limit semi-traffic on the road. So force them to go to the Alpine Highway that's wider already. So let's keep it as a neighborhood and let's get the big trucks out of there and make it a lower speed. Lower speed is equal to safety, equals less noise, keeps the neighborhood nicer, and get them pushed up to Alpine Highway. Second thing, Alpine Highway, the corner by Harts, just so everybody knows, I run that loop all the time. In the wintertime, the crosswalk there is about 3 to 5 inches lower than the storm drain. So it fills up with water and it becomes an ice skating pond right there at the corner of, right by Harts on that intersection.
You get that, Andy, right by that intersection we're having water.
Yeah. Safety, so when we talk about safety at 4800, can we reflect that against the safety at Alpine Highway? Which one is actually worse? And if we add more traffic to that area, it can actually be counterproductive and actually be more of a safety issue than not. So I would say that we are not the worst in Highland, maybe the second worst, I think, based on the data. So something to look at there. I do like the idea of aligning the northbound lane better. We can use, there's a little sidewalk there when I run up towards the gravel pit to the mouth of the canyon down the golf course. There's a little bit of sidewalk there that is not connected to anything else right now. If we just took that sidewalk and aligned a little bit over, I like the idea of putting a barrier that pushes the decision-making further south when you're heading north on North County Boulevard. That would align that and then keep that traffic going north. I like the idea of the southbound where you have a straight-through lane and a straight-through/turn lane and align that to the other lane and then push that eastbound SR 92 to southbound North County Boulevard. To me, that makes a lot of sense, Scott. So to me, that's good. Again, I would propose no semis on North County Boulevard at all. Make it a narrow lane and force them to go somewhere else. Get them out of the neighborhood. Put them on that Alpine Highway connector. Make Alpine Highway the 5-lane that it's supposed to be. It's already on the master plan. Let's use that and let's make that into what it could be, or what it already is on the master plan, and then let the major traffic flow into Alpine that direction. So,
Would you just state your name one more time?
John Ort, O-R-T.
My name is Stephen Stowe. I live at 4846 West, 11,000 North. My mom, Lucille Stowe, lives at 11065 North, 4800 West. That's where I grew up. Looking in this room, I'm the oldest living resident of Highland that's here right now. I know that end of Highland. Today I drove that road that we're talking about back and forth 3 different times. That's not unusual. The last time I came back this direction I worked down by American Fork Hospital. I also work in Linden, so I drive that road back and forth in 2 different jobs. When I came back today at 10 minutes to 5, there was a lot of traffic coming up that road to the north. As I approached that intersection, I got in and I was the 9th. There was 9 cars next to me to turn left, and I counted back to 12. I'm 9, I counted back 3 more, and they were still coming. So these 24 plus cars turned west onto SR 92, the road I live on. 1 car went north, 1. And we want to make 2 lanes going that way. We've done this, guys. We've been here. A few years ago, they made that right turn lane going north or going southbound on 4800 West and turning west on SR 92. Spencer Robinson loves it because it's his own private lane to get out of his house and turn down because nobody uses it. But the study that was done that many years ago said that it was going to be backed up and going to eliminate all of this problem and concern that we have. We're trusting these studies. I live there. I farm a garden right next to my mom's house. I mow her lawn. I'm in mine. We have an orchard. I'm out there a lot. I see it back up. I see it not back up. They want to put 2 left turn lanes on SR 92 and come northbound. It doesn't back up to my house more than once or twice, probably a week, maybe a little bit more. I'm not standing in my yard all the time. But this is so much overkill. When it came up again, I thought this whole thing, and I have friends, I've lived here a long time. I have friends in Highland City. I have friends in Alpine City. I have friends in American Fork City. I went to school with mayors and councilmen and different things. I've known for months that Alpine City's been bothering us to make this road more so. They want that. We just did an alcohol thing, and we're going to move all these people away that coming from Alpine, we're going to move them away from our business district. What are we doing? I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate the opportunity that I have. It gets emotional because this affects us. Most of you don't live in this area. You don't drive those roads. We do. Please listen to us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jed Robinson. I live at 4767 Snowflake Drive, so the corner house on Snowflake Drive on 4800 West. I'd just like to, first of all, thank you for being here tonight, for hearing us. There's obviously been a lot of work that goes into it. It's a heated debate, and we recognize that and appreciate that you're looking out and performing your fiduciary duties, which means hearing and representing those who voted for you and who you're here as a council. So thank you for doing that. just like to, again, just to comment, first of all, say I oppose this, right? And the opposition is that we're reclassifying what it is. That's what's before us tonight. It's not changing necessarily, realigning the intersection. It's not going after the safety concerns. It's reclassifying a road that everybody that's here tonight that lives on that road is here opposing. I don't know one person from that intersection up to Alpine that's here saying, yes, this is a good thing. This is going to change our lives for the better. It's going to change our lives for the worst in lots of ways. That isn't arguing that the traffic going east-west causes problems, or the traffic turning from east going south causes problems, or the traffic going west going south. The north section does not have the problems. The only problem with the traffic is during school hours, right? So if we reclassify this now, it seems like we're just chasing grant money to make it happen right now. That doesn't mean that this isn't going to be a problem, let's say, in 10 years or in 30 years, even though the study says it's not going to be a problem until 2050, right? So, but what happens in 2015 or in 15 years from now when they take a school and build another school in Alpine, and now all the traffic going north and south changes, and there's not a need anymore, but you've reclassified that, so now that it's taken in turn to our residential part of the town into what's happening south of us, which is becoming a commercial district. It makes it less safe on the north side of the town. That's a residential area, and we'd like to keep it a residential area. And again, just say that I agree with everything else that's been said. I don't need to waste time talking, rehashing everything. I think it's been said really clear. But another thing that's I think is important that just hasn't been brought up is that the Planning Commission met with us. They came to the meetings, they reviewed the evidence, and all of them voted against. I believe all of them. There could have been one that didn't, but it came to you as not to be approved. That was their recommendation. I hope that you'll also hear that, as well as the residents that are telling you not to do it. Yeah, just encourage you to vote for not reclassifying it, not necessarily talking about changing the intersection, but not reclassifying the road going north. Thank you.
Hello, Wesley Warren, Mountain Ridge neighborhood. Thank you, Mayor and Council and city staff. You guys really are the best of the best, and I know that we're all working towards the best possible outcome here. If I'm planning a huge party and I need a caterer, and I call up my favorite Italian restaurant and ask them to give me some options, what kind of menu options do you think I'm going to get back? I'm not going to get Mexican. I'm not going to get Asian. I'm going to get Italian. It's a really good Italian restaurant. Those are the options they're going to give me. And I feel like we are getting one menu option over and over. We're going to the best of the best, with UDOT and MAG and Hales, absolute best Italian restaurants out there. But we still haven't received any diversity of expert opinions. And there's been one approach to this issue. It's been, what kind of big construction project are we going to do here? It's kind of like, that's been the mandate. What kind of construction project are we doing here? And it's a shame that UDOT and MAG dropped the ball on really seeking out diverse, sustainable, and progressive solutions. And it'd be such a missed opportunity if we turn this into a major arterial road. This is a topic I've been interested in ever since I lived in District 5 in Sugar House, and I was actively involved in, back when Aaron Mendenhall was my district representative, in active transportation measures and working with certain organizations to help promote getting out and walking and biking. And it was tough to move away from that to Highland, but not that tough. I'm never moving out of Highland. And I've been eager for opportunities to be able to kind of inject a little bit of that outdoor culture, that active transport culture. And I feel like we have a really amazing opportunity here to enact some very creative and innovative and just downright charming solutions to addressing the congestion problem. Because I think that's really the only problem. It's not a safety problem. We've talked about the numbers, the trend line for population growth goes up and the trend line for accidents at that intersection is going down. And I have a whole folder and I'm not the expert, full of creative solutions that we can do, working with the school, working with residents, working to own the situation at that intersection, and to own the change and the improvements there. Thank you for your hard work and your time.
Thank you, Wes. Is there anyone else like to come up and make a comment?
Chelsea Chen, Stony Brook, and I appreciate what everyone said and agree to their comments. I would like, if you go to West Valley, they have incredible lights that just tell you where lanes are going. So if you add an extra light further back, you're gonna know where you're gonna go. And so I would like an extra light further back to warn that, oh, we're gonna turn, west. I think that's quite an easy and cheaper solution. And I would like some painted lines, because even when I'm trying to go home, a lot of people try to cut into my lane. I think, a nice painted line that turns west to guide our eyes, I think will solve a lot of problems. Thank you for your hard work.
I'm just going to Chelsea, you right on. I've talked to UDOT. I don't know how many times I draw pictures and say on 4800 South in Taylorsville, you have these great big red arrows.
Beautiful.
And and I keep asking them to put it here at 4800.
It exists.
So it's a good idea.
Oh, good.
Hello, my name is Lois Christensen. I live on 4800 West on the east side next to the cabin. So we are pretty close to the intersection. And at the planning meeting, I was surprised, very surprised to hear that the intersection improvement, the alignment has already been approved. I did not know that until the planning commission meeting. And so now I have talked to people in the city, and they are going to take our property to align that intersection. And this will be, well, I'll go back to, we built our house in 1991. Not long after that, the city already took our property. Somebody did, already took it so they could make that alignment clear back then. It was never made. They did do curb and gutter on the road. I think it was 1997, I'm not sure. So ours has been taken once already. Now to make that improvement, to align the road, they will take more property again. And then if you approve this project, it means even more property. So for the third time, our property will be taken, and I'm hoping that you do not do that. And I want to say I do agree with everybody else I've heard. We're all neighbors. We all live in the area. This is residential. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come address the council? Okay.
Shelley Beasley, 11027 North, 4800 West. This is my community. This is my people. And when I heard Ms. Christensen now say that you guys have already approved the other side of the road, I guess I missed that. But what you are is breaking up a community, because this will separate not only the east from the west, it'll make it more dangerous for all of us. Get rid of the trucks. Leave it alone, fix the other side, align it, but don't take our community from us.
Is there none other that'd like to come up? Seeing that, we'll go ahead and we'll close public hearing. We'll bring it back to council. If there's some questions you have of staff, we do have Ryan Hills here. I know we have anticipated probably quite a few questions. Hopefully, I saw, Ryan, you were jotting down a lot of things that the residents are saying. Is there anything we have before we have Ryan Hills come up?
I have some questions for Ryan Hills.
Well, then let's wait. But is there anything for staff or anything to help? Okay, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions, so we'd like to invite Ryan Hills from Hills Engineering to come up. I'm not sure if you have a presentation, Ryan, or.
Yeah, I have a couple slides. Mayor, Council, my name is Ryan Hells from Hells Engineering. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. Tough decisions, and I certainly know that and I recognize it. Transportation are always very, very tough issues, and I sympathize with the residents. I understand where they're coming from. They're not easy decisions that sit before you and rest before you tonight. What we're looking at is a balance between what we currently have and what we have coming in the future. Maybe what I'll do is address a couple of the questions that had come up early, and then I'll proceed to go down through some of the residents' concerns as well and try and address those as best I can. If I might address the question on arterials as a starting point, let me give you a little bit of background so you know a little bit more about me. I am a civil engineer by background. I'm also an urban planner by background. I have both degrees. As engineers, we have to apply for certification in the state that you're working in. I'm not only certified in Utah, but I'm certified in all of the western states from basically North Dakota down through Texas and all the way to Hawaii. So we have done projects all across the western US. These decisions are common among these different entities. No matter where you're at, the decisions are always the same. They're tough. They're tough decisions. Many times because you're dealing with cities and municipalities that have been planned, land uses that have been planned. In the case of where we sit here, we sit in a very good location where Alpine and Highland sit somewhat on the pinnacle of a hill. You sit on the top of that crest and most of the traffic flows away from you. You're in a very good position. If you were in, and I'm just going to use a neighboring city, but if you were in Lehigh to the west of you, you would have seen the Alpine Highway go from a 2-lane road to the 5-lane road, plus what we now have is commuter lane adjacent to that. I don't foresee that you will have that problem here. You do have some widening problems for sure, and that's one of those that are before you tonight. When we talk about an arterial road, the definition and the true definition of an arterial road that I sometimes tell the students at the U of U when I'm teaching with Dr. Ewing is that when we look at an arterial road goes between communities. It typically conveys traffic from one community to the next. SR 92 is a great example of an arterial that goes from Alpine Highland area, goes through Lehigh and over to I-15. I-15 is certainly an interstate freeway that goes between states. It goes between Idaho all the way down through Nevada. I-80 comes in from the east, comes into the Salt Lake Valley, and then goes out to the west, out to Nevada. Those are interstate freeways. When we talk about roadway classifications in municipalities, we typically come in, we stratify those roads. We start with arterials at the top, usually either principal or a major arterial down to a minor arterial, and then we get into collectors with major collector, minor collector, and local streets. Those streets have different characteristics. One of those has been identified tonight as speed. Speed is definitely one of those characteristics. The roadway we're talking about, 4800, is a 35-mile-per-hour road. There are classifications for speeds that are given in the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. We call that the MUTCD. And what it states is that speeds should be posted at an 85th percentile speed. And it's there's a shall, should, and may within that manual. And it does say shall be posted at the 85th percentile speed. Now, there are conditions that change. That manual is a national standard adopted by the U.S. Department of Transportation. That manual has been adopted by the state of Utah for municipalities as well. It's adopted into state code. That manual states that we shall follow the 85th percentile speed. Now, there are reasons that we might change something, the 85th percentile speed, as data has been provided to us, is 42 miles an hour on this road. I'm not saying that you should be changing your speed limit on this road. 35 miles per hour is a good speed. It's a good collector type speed, a major collector, and or minor arterial. There is some level of enforcement that could help encourage people to drive at a slower speed, of course. But as you all know, speeds, when there's a police officer there, we see them, we slow down. No offense, Chief. Don't follow me home tonight. But what we do find is that people are very aware of their speed when there's something there to give feedback. If it's a police car sitting on the side of the road, we typically look down at our speedometer. That's the first thing we do. There are driver feedback signs. Driver feedback signs, there are static displays, and there are digital displays that read back to us. Sometimes they both go together. And you can add those where you've got a static speed telling you the speed limit, and then the radar speed showing you how fast you are going. And that causes you more awareness, or driver awareness of their speed. And so there are things like that we do. What I have seen in the design is another form of traffic calming that the city has put together. If those lanes, travel lanes are 12 feet. A 12-foot travel lane is a standard travel lane width. What you lose when you go down to 11-foot lanes or down to a 10-foot lane is you lose capacity. That capacity that we have on a roadway depends on the traffic volume that you have. You wouldn't want UDOT to go in and stripe the travel lanes on I-15 down to 10 feet, because what would happen? It would restrict our speed and it would restrict the capacity on the roadway. So we try and have a balance. When we come back to that functional hierarchy now, and I apologize, I should have put a slide in. I didn't even think to address that, so I apologize to the council and to you, Mayor. When we look at that hierarchy, an arterial has a high amount of mobility, meaning we want traffic to be moving quickly on those streets and moving efficiently. When you go down that hierarchical scale and you get down to that lowest level, a local road, we have a lot more accessibility and access. That would be a local residential street where you have driveways every 80 to 100 feet. And so we expect different speeds on those roads. We have different driving conditions. We have different side friction. It could be that you have your garbage cans out. That causes side friction. It could be that you have parked cars. Side friction again. That slows traffic down. Those are natural forms of traffic calming. One of the other things that we do is we narrow the travel lanes. What I saw in the design plan was 11-foot travel lanes. I think that is entirely appropriate to go from 12-foot travel lanes to 11-foot travel lanes in this area to help reduce that speed. It gives you that side friction. You're driving closer to your neighbor. And I think that would be appropriate on this road, of course. I hope I've addressed the question about arterials, how they typically go between different municipalities. When we get into those functional classes and hierarchy, municipalities have their own standards. UDOT has a standard of what they call an arterial, and that's typically because they go between communities. But in municipalities, we also have arterials as well. Minor arterials are typically 3 to 5 lanes, and they can be one or the other. There is some interchangeability, and they can have some higher speeds. The next question that I might address is, this intersection used to belong in the county. And so UDOT took over this road many years ago. They've done a very good job of coming in and looking at it and trying to add those fixes where they could to try and make this function better. Certainly they didn't come in and widen the whole thing in one shot because they haven't had the money, the funds, and the resources to do that. They've got needs all over the entire state. They are certainly aware of this intersection, and they have done a very, very good job. I have worked with Rob Clayton, the region director. I've worked with Eric Rasband, the planning manager for UDOT, at a different company. We were all at the same company at the same time. I know them very well. They are great engineers. And they have done their best to try and make this intersection function better. And they are still working on it. They will not give up. We are all working on it, and we're all looking at the best solutions available. As far as having a variety of options for this intersection, there are a lot of different options for this intersection. If I were to choose the best option for this intersection on a future, not existing, but a future capacity level, I'd be looking at probably a CFI intersection. A CFI stands for a continuous flow intersection. What that means is we have displaced left turn movements. We take the left turns from where they currently are, where you've got a northbound left turn through and a right, and we move them over to the opposite side of the road. opposite of the southbound movements. That is a very high capacity flow intersection, and they're very good for heavy left turn movements. In this case, a northbound left. And it also does a really good job of a free right turn movement, because that right turn can go almost continuously, because it's displaced on the other side of those left turns that are displaced. And so all those movements are occurring at once. If you could think about it, northbound and southbound through traffic go at one time, and then they can shut down, and that displaced left turn can also go at the same time, as well as the right turns, eastbound to southbound movement. That's a very high capacity intersection. That's an option. That's not what I'm recommending. It would be very, very difficult to install one of those intersections at this location. I would not recommend it. That is an option. The other options that we look at, a roundabout. A roundabout would be an option if you had different traffic volumes. You don't. You've got a high amount of left and right turning vehicles. It's not a good movement for a roundabout. Any of you who have driven through Lehigh and gone west on Main Street, you know there's a roundabout at 500 West on Main Street. That roundabout has very high east and westbound movements. There's so many traffic movements going east-west through that intersection, it's hard to get in from those side streets from 500 West. If you've ever tried to enter that roundabout in a peak hour, or if you haven't, try it. It's difficult at best. I would not recommend a roundabout here. That is another option. I wouldn't recommend it. Going back to a different form of control, you've got a traffic signal, and we could go to a four-way stop. Your queues would expand forever. It would be a horrible solution. I would not recommend it. A two-way stop, would not recommend it. What we're doing is we're looking at the options that are on the table before us with the intersection and trying to identify something that will work best for the residents, those who use it, those who are passing through it, to make it better. At some point, we as a community, wherever we live, whatever community we live in, we have to work together with the neighboring communities if we want to travel somewhere. I won't ask you to raise your hands by any means, or the public behind me, but if we're traveling to Salt Lake City, we are not usually taking State Street to travel to Salt Lake City. And why is that? Because the faster route is I-15. It would be a long way to get there. Even if you took 13th East, we could downgrade. We could take a lower volume street. 13th East, 9th East, choose your poison. Highland Drive, there are some very small sections of Highland Drive. We just don't want people traveling through the neighborhoods. That's the highest priority, is that we try and keep people on the higher volume streets. And that's why we have that functional classification in that hierarchy. It's so that we identify and get people on the right size streets to be moving the right direction, at the right speed, at the right time. And we keep them out of the local residential subdivisions. If you had a local subdivision street and you had cars parked on both sides, you might have a travel lane widths that are 20 feet wide, so 10 foot per direction. And it would be narrow enough that it would create side friction and you'd be traveling very slow. You couldn't put the volume of traffic down this street that we're talking about down that type of a road. It just couldn't handle it. So it's about getting things in the right place, right time. Let's see, that's arterials. UDOT taking over the road, speed limits, lane widths, I think I've talked about. Good, better, best. Let me talk about good, better, best for a minute. We've talked about it, different intersection types. There are good intersection types. There are better, and there are best. What we've tried to do is moderate this to bring it down to a point where we could look at the intersection without making it too wide. We could always add more lanes, but we don't need to, don't want to. We're trying to make it work for a 2050 plus volume condition, and I'll say near 2050, because those projections that we used are from the WFRC and MAG travel demand model. I saw one of the residents had put together some great information. They've done some great research, and they were looking at the different travel demand model types. They have different levels of travel demand models, and different versions of that model come out as time goes on, and those models get better and better. They try and refine them. As travel demand models go, the one that was used on the SR92 and SR92 project and the 4800 West, where they were looking at the corridor by Avenue Consultants, they used a prior model version. I think it was an 8.2 version. We did use a 9.0 version. We used the most recent version of that travel demand model. I know in the literature that I read, it stated that we had used that older model version as well. We did not. We used the newer model version. And I know that because we pulled the data from MAG. Every time we do a new study, we go and pull that data from MAG because we know those models change. That's one of the reasons we do that. We have to be on top of that. Taylorsville. Great idea on the lights on Taylorsville. What they have there is they have a flex lane. The flex lane is one that they use a lane imbalance. They have a certain amount of lanes in one direction, westbound at one time of the day and eastbound at a different time of the day. And those overhead catenaries have lane restrictions, and they basically shift lanes around. That was a very, very expensive project and very difficult to do. And I can't speak for UDOT, but I understand it was difficult, and they don't readily look at that. They've talked about that on Foothill Boulevard at one time, for those of you that are familiar with the U of U and their inbound and outbound loading, but they've opted not to do that to this point. I don't know if they ever will. I'm not going to speak for them. But they are always looking at the best solution as well. So that being said, we have not only looked at these slides that I'm going to present to you, but we have talked with multiple sources, multiple individuals at UDOT, and talked about some of the recommendations that we're talking about, just to make sure that we're all understanding the same issues at the same time, and we're looking at what we can do to make this the best. I apologize, Joseph Browning was not able to be here tonight. He's at another meeting in Summit County that I'm supposed to be at as well, but I wanted to come be with you. So luckily I was able to come here. I'm not going to read every word on every slide to you. Please understand. I know your night's getting long. I don't want to talk too much, but this is the outline of the things that we're going to talk about very quickly, and I'll try and add to them. Please stop me if you have questions. I'm glad to answer them as we go through. And Councilmember Campbell, I will come back to your question that you did raise. We'll talk about that. The previous studies that we reviewed, we did review the SR92 access and circulation study from Avenue, the Highland Gravel Pit Connector Feasibility Study, the Highland Park Drive Connection Study, the UDOT 4800 West SR92 signal retiming. What I will say again is that everybody is trying to look at this problem and trying to fix it. It's not an easy problem. If it were, it would have been done. If there were a silver bullet out there, it would have been expended.
Ryan, as you talk about studies, there was a couple of comments from residents early on. Do you take the data from these other studies, or do you generate your own data when you put your study together?
A little of both, actually, because we want to make sure that we understand what's happened in those studies, so we need to look at the historical context, because that's where we get the most information from. When we start looking at what's happened historically, we do go and pull the most recent MAG travel demand model, version 9.0, which we did do to look at the future projections and the future volumes. Once we projected those volumes, we did look back to see what happened on the SR92 study and the access circulation study. We wanted to see what they projected so we could see where we came in level-wise. And so we're always looking at those numbers to see how our numbers compare to theirs, but we're not using their numbers.
Do you guys physically, like when you're getting the traffic counts we're seeing currently right now, are you estimating that off a MAG study, or are you going and putting a counter somewhere? How are you guys getting those actual numbers?
Yeah, great questions. If you could see one of our counters on the side of the road, it would almost look like they're playing a video game. There's a little count board that they use, and they manually go out and they physically look, and if a car goes northbound and turns left, they count that as a left-turning vehicle. If they go through, likewise, and then pedestrians. So we're always counting pedestrians, cars, bikes, whatever's happening at that intersection. So those are fresh data points that we do collect. In this study, we collected multiple new data points. I think there were 4 intersections that we collected. And then there was one that we went back and we looked at the UDOT data at the intersection. So they have ATSPM. It's their automatic traffic signal performance metrics, where their counters, there's logic within the controllers, and they actually count as vehicles go across those loops. And they use the induction loops and or video cameras to count the data at the intersection. So we reference that data as well as doing our own counts and looking at the travel demand model data. When we looked at it, these are the volumes from the morning and the evening peak hour. Above and beyond this, we went out to the site on multiple occasions, different times of the day, and drove these intersections. And the reason is because it was so important to understand what was going on. It's one thing just to take blindly the data that you record. It's another thing to go look at it and then to calibrate your analysis towards those conditions. So model calibration, let me talk about the modeling that we do to come up with the analysis, just so you have that background and understanding. We go out and we count data for 2-hour blocks, 7 to 9 in the morning, 4 to 6 in the evening. We count on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or a Thursday. We don't count on Mondays. We don't count on Fridays. Those typically have some anomalies in the data set. As you would know, Saturday and Sunday also have anomalies. There's not as many people traveling to work. So we find that there's more people traveling to work in a general sense on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at general conditions and general hours. We count a 2-hour block, and you would look at us and say, as traffic engineers, you're pessimistic. We are. We look at the worst case condition. We look at the worst time period on that day that we counted. So we look at that 2-hour block and say that worst consecutive 15-minute period is X, Y, or Z. I think it was 4:30 to 5:30, if I remember correctly from the study, in the PM peak. And the PM peak had a lot of traffic, had the majority of the traffic. So we looked at both conditions, though. We looked at both morning and evening because we wanted to see how those both operate. Certainly you have different traveling characteristics. In the morning, you capture a lot of the high school traffic in the southbound direction coming from Alpine or coming eastbound to go south, so a right turn movement at the intersection. In the evening peak hour, we didn't count the school peak, the afternoon peak. We counted the evening peak, which had the higher traffic volume, but we had more traffic going northbound during that time period.
So I have just this curiosity. Right now at SR 92, going northbound, you have 375 cars. There's hardly any homes, but yet you count 524. How does it increase that much in that small area, and you only have like 4 or 5 homes?
Yeah, great question. So traffic volumes they're interesting. Even though population grows at one rate, traffic volume grows at a higher growth rate. So you might find a population growth rate that has a slope on it, but that traffic volume grows higher because we drive more. And what we find is that through time, if you were to look at the traffic control manuals, or I'll even use the, not the highway capacity software, sorry, the ITE trip generation manual, those volumes have changed over the years because of our change in nature. And let me just explain one that'll come real easy. Banking. It used to be that my grandparents would drive to the bank every day, and or multiple times a week at least, and stop at the bank. Anymore, we do online banking. We're not traveling to the banks as much. So our trip generation has changed. In addition, we find that families are more affluent. Instead of having, 1 or 1.5 cars per household, my grandparents only had 1 car in their household. My grandmother didn't drive. But now you find that families have multiple cars. And some people might have 4 cars and 2 people in the home. I think one of the people that I was talking to after one of the last meetings I was here said, that's me. I've got 4 cars and there's only 2 of us that drive. These are the volumes that we counted. And so we took these volumes and then certainly look at the peak hours. This is the existing level of service. So when we say we don't have a problem, if you look at the bottom line on the left-hand morning peak hour, it's a level of service C at the intersection at 30.2 seconds of delay. As traffic engineers, we measure delay in seconds per vehicle, and that's an average of all the people that enter the intersection. So that's all the vehicles that go northbound, all that go eastbound, all that go westbound, and all that go southbound during an entire hour. And we say, if each one had a stopwatch, and let's say you're the gentleman who was talking about the cars, and those that were before him and the ones that were after him, if he was the 9th car in the line and he started a stopwatch, from the time he got there till the time he left, that is his control delay, or the delay that he experiences. But the guy in the front of the line has been stopped longer. The guy in the back of the line might drive up as the queue is dissipating and leaving, so he might get the green light. It's that balance in that approach. So somebody might say 30.2 doesn't seem like very much, or somebody else might say that seems like forever. But if you're looking at what's happening in that southbound direction where that highlighted line is, that southbound left turn is in a failing condition. It's at level of service E as an echo. We grade them A through F, as you know. You've seen these terms many times. E is at 55 seconds or worse, you trip into E. At 80 seconds at a signalized intersection, you trip into level of service F. If you look at the graphic on the right-hand side, this is the evening peak hour, how it currently exists. If you look solely at that bottom line number, we're at 39.4 seconds of delay, level of service D. That might seem acceptable if you're looking at the overall, but if you're in that northbound left turn movement, you're at level of service E, again, echo, at 56.1 seconds of delay. If you're in the southbound left turn movement, you're at 80.2. You've dropped off the scale. You dropped off at 80. So there's a balance of that intersection. So this gives a little more clarity to those individual movements. when we do the intersection level of service analyses that we do, and I apologize, I didn't answer one of the questions that I started to. When we run these analyses, we change the random seed number. The random seed number is because the software is stochastic. It's statistically based software. So we're changing the driver types as we go. We change it 10 different times. We run the analysis and we average the analyses. So we're getting a broad cross-section of what's happening during that time of the day. And then we're simulating it for 3,600 seconds. We simulate it for an entire hour. And we actually do time slices of tenth of a unit. So we're basically running 360,000 calculations every time we run these. This is not something we just ran once and said we're done. We ran it and ran it and ran it because we want to find that sweet spot. We want to make sure that we're delivering to you what that queue looks like as we change the random seed number. This is not a one and done type of operation.
One quick,
just please,
nerdy question. I noticed that on the time from the last slide, you're using average numbers, and on the queue length, you're using 95th percentile.
Yes.
Why the difference?
Why is that? That's a great question. I never really thought about addressing that, but fabulous question. So when we look at, can I go backwards with this, Andy? When we look at this and we look at the average of what we're looking at, this is the average of all the model runs and what the level of service is to give us a good level of service.
And when you say average, you're talking mean, yes?
Yes. Okay. Yep. But what we do on the 95th percentile, most queuing analyses, we want to come back and have a 95% confidence level that we've looked at that queue and that 95% of the time that queue will be served, or we know what that length of queue storage would be so that we don't underestimate what that is.
So
it's
Ryan,
a great
my
question.
Is this intersection, in your study, you said this intersection is functioning adequately. Is that a correct statement? Am I understanding that correct? Is this intersection functioning fine and there doesn't need to be, is this intersection functioning okay?
As an overall intersection and operations, you can see that level of service D that we talked about, or the C and the AM. It sure looks like it's functioning well, but you get in those individual movements and you see that you have problems with individual movements. So yes, overall, no for specific movements.
Okay, we know exactly which movement. So is it the left hand going southbound? It's the left turn lane, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's in the morning. And then the evening, it's northbound left turn lane. And then in the evening, it's your southbound left and left turn and you're through. Correct?
And the through movement. Okay. That's correct. Great question. So what we did, above and beyond just running these analyses, we wanted to say, what's going to happen in 2050? We ran another different sensitivity analysis. This time, instead of changing the random seed, we changed the volume inputs. And we said, what happens if we're wrong? What happens if the mag travel demand model doesn't hit the mark? What happens if it's higher than what we're anticipating? Obviously, if it's lower and we recommend something, we're going to be okay. If it's higher, we're in trouble. We ran the analysis. I'm sorry, the colors don't show up real well here, but we could not run a 20% bump on those numbers and make it work. 15%, we couldn't make it work. 10%, we couldn't make it work. If it's a 5% differential, we can make it work. So we're right at that sweet spot. We're honing in on what those improvements are. That's where the variability comes in when we're looking at this, is we're saying what needs to be done and what could happen.
Yeah, and that sensitivity analysis on the 2050, is that assuming the proposed changes are made, or is that assuming the existing?
No, that's just volumes. We're just talking about a data set at this point.
Right, but where you have marked them, we're okay at 5%, we're not okay at 10%. Is that assuming
with the changes? Yeah.
That's with the changes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I misunderstood your question at the beginning. So let's talk volumes for a minute. Let's talk about what these volumes are. So MAG went back, they adjusted their travel demand model from 8.2 to 9.0. They changed some of their land use perspectives. Now, you all know what's been happening at the state legislature with land use and operations. I'm not going to talk a lot about that, but it's important to bring that fact up. So legislatively mandated were accessory dwelling units. That changes how many people live in a single-family home or a single-family home property when an accessory dwelling unit is implemented. That doesn't mean we're going to have them everywhere. The travel demand models don't really account for that, but the volumes are increasing. And we're trying to hit this moving target where things are changing. If I had to say anything, we're probably on the low side of the numbers for what we're projecting because of, things like the ADU units, things like that are coming up. We may find that we hit these numbers sooner than year 2050. And so when we're talking about the threshold of 2050, it's a challenge. We're trying to figure out legislatively what's going to happen in the local communities. Some communities have gone back and they've looked at their transportation master plan and they've said, what happens if we get these ADUs? Where are the ADUs going to be located? How many are we going to have in our community? What does that mean for population? An ADU, again, accessory dwelling unit. I apologize, I'm talking a lot of acronyms for those that may not know that in the audience, but an ADU, you could have a single family in an accessory dwelling unit along with a single family in the primary dwelling unit. Where do you find that affects things? It affects your water, it affects your sewer, it affects your parking, it affects almost everything you do in a community. But legislatively, some of those things have been talked about, discussed, and mandated. So when we look at the volumes, these are the projections out of the MAG travel demand model minus ADUs. Just keep that in mind. The existing
Does not have ADUs in it. This does not have the ADUs.
No. Just
Just a FYI, Council, if you remember, we did some surveys. We're figuring 20% of all Highland homes have an ADU in it, an accessory dwelling unit in it, is why it came back.
Yeah.
It's not assuming new ADUs.
New ADUs. And I should clarify that because new would be the key to that. The new ability to put them in almost any zone.
By mandating, what do you mean? We no longer have the land use authority for that, obviously. So how is that implemented? They're saying that everybody that wants an ADU, we have to allow them to?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And therein lies a lot of therein lies some of the difficulty that we're struggling with right now to try and hit the right targets on things.
Well, on the positive side, Pleasant Grove passed ADU provisions, and 6 months later, one person applied. So hopefully it's not going to be a landslide.
Okay.
Yes,
Maybe help. There's ADUs that are attached to like it could be a basement apartment or things. Yeah, it's accessory dwelling, but it's not a detached. It's like what Pleasant Grove passes to have a casita or a detached accessory. We do not allow that in Highland. We do not allow a detached accessory. All of ours have to be attached to the homes.
Okay. Yeah, and that's good. That will help cut down on some of them. So when we look at the volumes on the Alpine Highway, SR-74 runs from SR-92 on the north and runs down south to Main Street in American Fork. It does go south of that, but not as a state-designated roadway as SR-74. But when it hits the state highway, Main Street, traffic goes east-west primarily. That road has an existing count, and this is ADT as average daily traffic of 7,500 per day. This is south of SR-92, so kind of here in the Highland area. I wanted to try and get these relevant to what you have. That's a 3-lane road. You're all aware of that. The projected at 2050 is not a high growth. It's going to be about 8,000 ADT. Now, this is with all the improvements that UDOT is planning in the future, all the improvements that MAG has planned. They're saying, hey, if we put all these improvements in, where are people going to be? What is their desired travel path? And it's showing that they're going to increase for sure by 2050, but not by much.
Does that take into account, though, on the Alpine Highway, you're saying this measurement south of SR-92, but we have the east-west corridor, Canal Boulevard, that's channeling a lot of traffic from the Alpine Highway over to North County going south. And when we did the study in 2017, they said it'd be probably between 6,000 and 8,000 cars by 2050. I suspect it's more than that. Not more than that, but they're outpacing it now. So
Yeah.
there's several thousand of that 7,500, if you're counting it from SR-92 south, that's going over to North County, going south. So sometimes this is a little...
Yeah, so this does include Canal Boulevard and the connection between them. And in addition, it has projects that are, maybe down in Santaquin. So this large travel demand model has all the improvements out throughout the entire county. And then these models are combined. The WFRC and MAG models are now combined. And so any improvements in Salt Lake, all of those are in, including Canal Boulevard, whatever extensions they plan by 2050. So whatever's planned by 2050 is in this 2050 model. And so we're we're getting the best look that we can of the future. But if there's anything I can say about travel demand models, they're doing their best to project those future volumes at the rates that they can. When things change legislatively, land use wise, if you went from single family homes to multifamily, that would have an effect and a change. I don't foresee that here in Highland. I don't see it in Alpine. You've got a very good, solid community base and with single family homes and some multifamily. I mean, there's some townhomes, but.
I'd like to ask on, first of all, a wider road isn't going to increase the amount of north-south overall. I mean, it's just going to determine which route they take. They'll take this rather than, if we were to increase Alpine Highway from 3 lanes to 5, would we still see 13,000 over here, or would that? So I think we have the option of deciding where do we want the people to travel to get to Alpine, for example.
That's a
Alpine
great
Highway that goes right to the roundabout, or 4800, which ends up at the roundabout but curves to get there. We seem to have the ability as a municipality to say, let's focus more on Alpine Highway and less on 48. Is that an option?
Let me answer that in the next 2 slides as I talk about these volumes, because that is a great question. Oftentimes we look at constrained models and unconstrained models. And what that means is the constraints of the model. Sometimes they'll dial the models down and say, we only want to allow X amount of traffic on this road, and we're going to dial it down. And where does the traffic go if they're not on that road? And so there's always an alternative. So there's constrained and unconstrained models. When a lot of the modeling is done, they're looking at both constraints and non-constrained models and determining, where's the best place to have those larger types of roads. And that's done at the MAG regional model area. And what they do, they're experts in that. This model, the model that's used in the Salt Lake Valley and Utah County, the MAG area, is one of the most sophisticated models in the country. And I know that sounds funny, but you go to Sacramento or you go to name a big city, they have models, but some of them are not as well refined as the model that's here. I know one of the guys that built the model here in Utah, and to hear him tell the story of putting that model together and the constraints it went through, it's a 4-step model. There's 4 steps within a travel demand model. There's trip generation, distribution, assignment. Those are the 3 steps. And the 4th step is mode choice. And you've got to understand the mode choice. So let me explain. Mode choice in the Salt Lake Valley at one time in pre-Olympics, pre-Olympic conditions, you had bus routes. Certainly, as light rail came online, that helped out. They wanted to try and push traffic during the Olympics into light rail. When they pushed as hard as they could to get as many people riding light rail, and you remember some of the scare tactics. Some of the cartoons that they had drawn were little tiny mushroom clouds over an arterial and just showing how congested it was going to be. And they tried to promote everybody getting in your car getting in transit and riding on transit to get to where you need to go, not getting in your car, staying away from driving. The numbers went down. They dropped by a significant amount. Transit ridership went up to about 10%. It hovers around 6% right now in the Salt Lake Valley of mode choice. And when I say that, mode choice overall in Salt Lake Valley is about 6%. Would we like to have a paradigm shift and have more people in transit? Absolutely. I mean, that's ideal, and that's the direction we'd want to go. We're just not quite there yet, but we can start making those adjustments and those movements towards that direction. As we look at the traffic volumes, though, and where we currently sit, as we look at 4800 West, the existing volumes are 13,000 ADT just north of SR 92. A 2-lane road can handle a capacity of about 10,000 ADT, plus or minus a little bit. A 5-lane road has about 15,000 ADT. Excuse me, 3-lane road. 2-lane is 10,000, 3-lane is 15,000, and a 5-lane road can go up to about 32 to 35,000 ADT. When you look at these models and the projections, by 2050, we're going to have about 17,500 north of SR 92. We will have crossed that threshold of a 3-lane to a 5-lane in just an ADT value. Now, when we look at the intersection has very very different approaches and demands because we've talked about those left turns and what a left turn improvement would be and what that might look like. If we look at how people travel, and I'll come back to intersection level of service in just a minute, but as you look at the routes coming out of this area in general, and we just took everything from the Alpine Roundabout because we wanted a common point. So I apologize, we didn't pick a point in Highland, we picked a point just a little bit further to the north. But if you're going down to the Pleasant Grove interchange, I'm going to show you 3 different routes and 3 different travel times. If you were to go down SR 74 and over to American Fork Main Street interchange, it's going to take you anywhere from 26 to 16 minutes, depending on the congestion level at the time that it's counted. If you take a more direct route and you go south and you come down 500 east and you go to I-15 and then down to the Pleasant Grove interchange, it's 14 to 24 minutes. And each of those have a jog. When you get down to American Fork Main Street, you have to jog either right or left. It's not as direct of a route. Certainly as you come down North County Boulevard, there's more direct route and it's 12 to 22 minutes. And the majority of the people that are headed south on I-15 are generally taking that route. They're coming down North County Boulevard because there's connectivity. With that connectivity, that's where people want to be. They want to take that desire path. You don't see many people taking the SR92 going over to I-15 and then going south on I-15. You don't see them going west to, and I'm trying to think of a county road classification, but SR68 or SR60, not SR, excuse me, 6800 west or 6000 west. You don't see them going down to those roads and going south, typically because it takes longer to get to where you're going. So when we look at the future 2050 traffic volumes and we start looking at the intersection, the volumes are increasing to the point that there are certain movements that we need to facilitate and have better traffic flow and movement at. Again, we're trying to keep the intersection as small as possible. When we look at crash data, this was one of the questions that had come up, is if we could drill down on the crash data a little bit more. The crash data that we've pulled is from UDOT crash data from 2018 to 2022. Certainly there's the most common type of crash is a rear end crash. That's typically where drivers are not paying attention, the cars in front of them stop, and they have to stop behind them very quickly, not realizing that that lane is not going through, that it's a left turn pocket. And so there are things that UDOT has tried to do to make this as safe as possible, and they continue to look at the intersection again. And I know they've had discussions even this week on it, and they're continuing to look at it.
Excuse me, can you answer the question, does congestion create more hazard?
It does.
Is it a safety issue?
It is.
Is it a safety issue?
I would,
because I hear people saying a little bit of congestion is not bad, you know, especially residents. That's okay, they can wait, but what's the reality?
Yeah, and I do want to talk about the reality, and maybe this is a good segue. Let me just give you a little cursor and whet your appetite a little bit about what we're going to talk about in a minute. But in that southbound direction, the question has been asked, do we need a southbound right turn pocket? So the answer to that is, how much queuing do you want? Do you want the queue to back up 400 feet or 500 feet? If you want it 500 feet, then we would just have it as a single lane. If 400 feet is acceptable and 500 is not, then you have a decision to make. You put in the right turn pocket or you don't. The ideal condition, good, better, best, if I were to say what's best overall, it would be to put in that right turn pocket. I understand there's a lot of concerns, there's a lot of property takes, and a lot of people are going to be displaced. And that is not good. I understand that. And I'm not callous towards that, I promise. I'm sensitive. It's just a tough decision that we make. If that right turn pocket were absolutely necessary, we would absolutely say, you know, put it in. We need that. Is there an opportunity that you could balance that out and say, okay, we're willing to make a trade-off here on this one? That might be one that you can. Okay, going on and kind of finishing this up, there was one severe crash. It was a westbound left-turning vehicle, failed to yield to a cyclist. And that was in the 2018 to 22 range. And then certainly limiting that unexpected queuing will help eliminate some of those rear-end crashes. We did go back and look at the 2023 data. This is not validated from UDOT. What it means is they've not had a chance to go through and really sort through the data. They go through and validate it by looking at the crash location, where it was located, see if it was geolocated in the correct location, I guess. What we've done is there were 17 crashes that UDOT had recorded on the UDOT statewide system. Oftentimes they have municipalities take their crashes and send them into UDOT. There are some times that geofence that we put around the traffic crashes might be different than what the police department here had around the crashes. They might have an expanded area. We might have a smaller area, or vice versa. We might have expanded, they might have smaller. But of those 17 crashes, that compares to an average of 13 from 2018 to 2022 with an expected rate of 10. So we had 7 more crashes than would be expected at the intersection. So that is the 2023 data set in a quick summary.
If the average of the past 5 years was 13, why would we have expected 10?
Well, the average, because the intersection type, what UDOT does is they look at the classification of roads and how they come together and what type of roads are coming together. In this case, it's arterial. They're coming together, and they have an expected crash rate from other crashes around the state of Utah of what they would anticipate at this location based on their experience from other crashes in other locations.
In past years or in the current year?
Usually they're looking historically at those locations, and they'll say, we anticipate, there would be X number of crashes at this location because of our historic data from around the state.
Is 17 what you're saying is 2023, but you're saying the average was 13 between 2028 and 2022, correct?
Between 2018 and 2022.
And this type of intersection you would expect, the study is saying there should be an average of 10, and yet, like last year we had 17, but the average has been 13.
Yeah.
And Chief Williams, we'll be asking you maybe that same question. Well, how many accidents are we showing from UDOT, or from our own Lone Peak? I think you might have that data. So, since we're there, might as well ask it. Do we have the data on how many accidents Lone Peak showing versus what UDOT?
So for that intersection, going from January 1st, 23 until last week, we had 33 at that intersection.
So why
within
would there
500, and we pulled data that's within 500 feet of all directions of that intersection. So
Okay.
it may be showing a little bit more than what was reported.
So UDOT might be more narrow into that, and you guys are pulling it out a little bit.
Correct.
We looked at 250, just to be clear. We know theirs was 500, and they did a great job. Their crashes are spot on, but we did 250.
So to clarify the average versus the expected, if we look back to the years from 2018 to 2022, and would it be reasonable to assume that the expected number would have been in the 10 range for those years as well? What we're seeing is 30% more accidents than we would have expected from a similar intersection.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Crash rates are based on million vehicle entering miles. And so what they do is they look at ADT, and so it's always changing, but it would have been anticipated about 10. Okay, rear end crashes were the most common. I think we've kind of beat that horse a little bit. Future intersection mitigations. And Mayor and Council, I apologize for taking so much time. I hope I'm answering your questions at the same time I'm giving you information to make a decision. When we looked at the future intersection mitigations, the things that we looked at were eastbound dual left turn lanes. We know in the future, by 2050, around that 2050 time period, we need dual lefts. There's been a little bit of concern, and I know my responses to some of the questions that had been asked were scrutinized, and I recognize that. This is an emotional decision, and I get that. No matter what I said, there would be concern with it. And so please understand as I try and talk through these, I'm just trying to give you the best information I can, and for the public as well. When we look at the intersection, if you were to ask me if I wanted to put in 2 northbound lanes, it's one of those where I'm looking at it and I'm saying you need dual eastbound and northbound lefts. And if you have those dual eastbound and northbound lefts, you have to have 2 receiving lanes. We do need the 2 lanes. If I look at it from the ADT perspective, we have enough traffic volume in the future that we need a 5-lane section. A 3-lane won't handle it. So bottom line, in the future, you need that 5-lane condition. You need 2 receiving lanes. And that's not because of the northbound through movements.
That's more to do with the eastbound SR 92 turning left.
That's
And you're
correct.
saying projections are there should be 2 lanes there, which would then obviously have to have 2 lanes before 2050.
Correct.
Do we have any idea when we hit that point where we need the 5 lanes?
It's right towards 2050. I mean, you're right there. It's not tomorrow. And please understand, as we look at these, we're just trying to look at it the best we can. And I appreciate the question. We don't need them tomorrow, and that's the good news.
So Ryan, you mentioned that the need, and we heard from the residents, this seems to be more for traffic or for congestion, because if we just kept that a single turn lane there coming off SR 92 going up into 4800 West, you're saying, hey, we're 25 years out from this time period. But I've always understood the concern was that we have 2 lanes, or that we have 2 lanes turning left coming up North County, and the way that those don't line up, that they have to make a movement to get over, and they're not. Does that make sense? We have the number 1 lane goes straight, or some up here it goes straight. So and if they go, oh, I thought I was going straight. I thought that was kind of the safety issue here at this intersection.
It's both. It's both. That's kind of hard to understand, but let me try and describe it a little bit. In the future, we need the capacity for 2 lanes to go eastbound and northbound. But right now, we have a horrible lane alignment. Somebody talked about it in their comments about being a 10-foot offset. Whatever that offset is, it's not appropriate. Typically, UDOT likes to have 1 foot or less as an offset. You've got 10 feet here. So traditional intersections, it's off. And again, they're doing a lot of good things to try and mitigate this. We're not there yet, but everybody's working on it.
Then why in your study did you say that this is functioning at a good level? Because when I read it, it says, hey, this is functioning at an efficient level. Why are you stating that in the study? I'm just trying to understand your study.
No, and that's a great question. When we talk about, again, the overall level of service as an intersection, it's functioning at a good level. We have individual movements that are failing. And so when we look at the intersection as a whole, we're looking at both geometrics.
And I know I've asked that question before. You said I didn't think it was answered.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm giving you the same answer probably, but it's a challenge. You've got to look at both sides of the equation. There's 2 sides to this coin, and we're trying to look at both. In the eastbound direction, we also need to elongate that right turn pocket if that's possible. That right turn pocket is getting overwhelmed with a lot of traffic that's eastbound to southbound. Sorry, this is taking a minute to change. Oops. Oh, it changed, but it changed all at once. Okay, let me go back. So the separate westbound right turn, somebody might ask the question, is that necessary or not? The question is, it's a 200-foot decision. You're going to back that queue up 525 feet if you don't have that right turn pocket. So it's quite a distance. If you were to put that into terms of vehicles, it's about 4 vehicles for every 100 feet. So you're talking about 20 vehicles, 25 vehicles, or, well, 21 vehicles. It's a long distance. Okay, question about the future intersection mitigations as we look here and what's going to the north. What we talked about in the southbound direction was 2 lanes in the southbound direction. We've already talked about the right turn pocket. I won't belabor that anymore. But in the southbound direction, we observed traffic, current existing conditions. When school is in session, the high school, we see traffic backing north of 11200. That wasn't every day I was there, but it did on occasion back that far.
How many cars would that be?
The distance is about 1,000 feet or a little bit over 1,000 feet, maybe 1,100.
So how many cars is that?
So that's 25 feet, 4 for every 100. That's 44 vehicles.
So Doug, and I'm asking, Doug Courtney actually he went and sat there for an hour, and I think you decided, was it 28 cars could get through per light change?
Yeah, I went in the morning, and the longest queue that I saw was 28 cars, and that made it through.
And then we went back in the afternoon, and 14 could get through the light change. I mean, because we were counting how many cars were stacked and how fast they could get through. I mean, we're trying to figure out some stuff too. So.
No, and that's great. I did the same thing. I actually drove over midday. I drove over during school let out. I drove over during the PM peak and the morning peak several times because that southbound direction was the worst during that time. And it, again, like I said, it didn't back up above 11,200 every time I was here, but the worst time was above 11,200 for sure. So what we're talking about in the northbound direction, I want you to kind of focus on that northbound direction. The question was, you know, is this a one-size-fits-all? It's not. We're trying to figure out, again, how we can minimize that northbound left turn merge area. When you round the corner, 2 lanes headed eastbound to go northbound, how soon can we get those 2 lanes together to a single lane to go north? We don't want to use trap lanes where we don't have to. As a traffic engineer, I'm trying not to use trap lanes. And you'll see why we used it here. Let me give you a little bit of the geometry.
If it didn't go all the way to 11,200, say it went on the right lane.
Yeah.
It went all the way to the road there. What's the name of that road? Snowflake.
Snowflake.
It just went to Snowflake. Tell me what impact that would have, both safety and congestion, and what would that create if we were to save a few homes there? What is it?
Yeah.
But Snowflake.
Great question. So when you round the corner, 2 lanes rounding the corner, in the design manuals, it says that you need a 200-foot tangent segment. Actually, it says 350. We shortened this down to 200, and you'll see why here in just a minute. But we said let's shorten that to 200, and let's see if we can shorten this. That tangent segment, you turn the corner, you're both going northbound, the double left turns. Now you've got to start thinking about merging at the end of that 200. How long does it take you to merge? Well, at the speeds we're talking about, we use what we call the design speed. It's posted at 35 miles per hour. The manual state you have to use design speed. Design speed is 40 miles an hour, not the 35 that it's posted, it's 40. You have a 5 mile per hour increment that you design over the top of, and that's your factor of safety. It's 670 feet for that merge area. So if you can imagine rounding the corner, taking those 670 feet, so now you've got 870 feet in that entire distance, and you're trying to merge. Snowflake is at 800 feet. So your vision is turned to your rearview mirror, your outside mirror, and you're looking backwards behind you to see if you can merge, and you're trying to jockey with the cars behind you, and yet there's cars coming out of Snowflake in front of you. I know it's a small amount of vehicles, and I get that, but you're in the middle of that merge area. You've distracted the drivers, and somebody could pull out and get hit. In addition to that, we need an additional 320 feet for that taper. That taper is at the end of the merge area where we're bringing the cars back together. That's 1,190 feet, and it's about 1,200 feet to the end, between 11,200 and SR 92. That's why we made that decision to carry that as far as we did. That's why we didn't cut it short. We didn't want to make a safety issue for the residents that live here that are making that left turn.
If the taper area is after the merge area, aren't we still having people merging at Snowflake?
You are. And that's part of the problem is that's the tangent area of the taper, and then you have the merge area beyond that. So people are still merging. They're looking over their shoulder at Snowflake. That's why it makes it difficult to stop it at Snowflake. The only thing we could do was to carry that all the way to 11,200 as a trap lane.
This is just a silly question, but do you think we'll ever get everybody to understand zippers and use them? Because it certainly would get traffic flow going much better rather than, I know I have to merge, so I want to merge now.
Yeah.
And zippers are the fastest way to get through.
Yeah. It would be nice if people would allow others to merge in and zipper. That's the appropriate way to do it. We're just too much of a hurry, I think. In the southbound direction, we've talked about a second northbound through lane. That second northbound through lane is only because we have the through lanes there for those eastbound to northbound left turning movements. We don't actually need that northbound second through lane. If we have it, it will change the signal timing because now we can have those 2 lanes going at the same time. We can reallocate time for other movements.
Isn't that signal more determined by left turn?
It is.
Right now?
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. But we'd be able to give a little bit more time to those left turns and wouldn't have to have as much time to the through movements. In the southbound direction, we've talked about adding that southbound right turn lane. One of the issues that we have is bringing those people around the corner, and then you have somebody slowing down in that travel lane. It's just a very difficult situation to get onto those side streets. So we were recommending carrying that southbound lane beyond Country Club Drive. So south of Country Club Drive is where that would merge together with the southbound through lanes, the 2 through lanes.
Since we're at the south side of the intersection right now on the map, on page 5, the existing level of service by movement, it showed the northbound left turn as an EE level of service currently.
Yeah.
Is there anything that we're proposing that improves that?
That northbound left turn, again, by having the dual left turn lanes, eastbound and northbound, we'll be able to reallocate the time in the clock and give more time to that northbound left.
Gotcha. So by decreasing the time that other parts of the cycle are happening, we shrink the average wait time.
Correct.
Okay.
Because we can allocate more time to that movement.
Okay. Thank you.
Council members, do you have any other questions that I haven't addressed? I'm sorry I've talked too much.
I just have a question. So if we keep it as is, what are alternative routes that people can take in order to avoid this intersection, the congestion here? Essentially, where else are people going to be going and filtering into other areas?
It's a great question. What we saw a little bit, we talked about this a little bit last time, was that some of the cars that would otherwise be going south in the current location where 4800 West is, they're cutting across, going over to whether it's the roundabout a little bit further to the north, or they're cutting east-west on 11200, and they're making their way over to 74, and then they're wrapping back around and coming back over a different direction. So they're almost going all the way around, circumnavigating the intersection to avoid the southbound movements, so they can come at it eastbound to go south. People still want to be on that road.
That bears out when you look at the numbers, and the number of southbound turning right on SR number 92 in the morning is half as many as come back SR 92 going east and heading north. Well, that's more people going into Alpine than's coming out of Alpine. So they're choosing other routes now.
Yeah, there's definitely route diversion at this point around that bottleneck.
I guess probably because of the congestion and the long queues.
So my question will be around safety. If the traffic is backed up 4800 West up to 11200, what has been some I mean, and maybe it's going to be the police would have to ask that. I mean, do people start making erratic movements if they're waiting too long? And what type of movements? Is it going down, hey, they're going to try to go down 11200 down to Alpine Highway? And you know, 11200 has, you know, it's the different roads. I mean, you're moving up from one road to another and come back. I mean, I've seen or heard also about people getting in that they get impatient, and so they'll run down the center lane, the center turn lane, and run all the way down. And as they get down there, we've been hearing that some of the kids, mainly college or high school kids, will then turn left and then do a U-turn. And I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a dangerous movement, correct?
Yeah, that's a very dangerous movement. And you know, again, I don't want to say that police enforcement would not change the behavior of everybody. There's some certain improvements that could be made through police enforcement. But again, it's sporadic police enforcement, and it's randomized. If you're there every day at 8 o'clock in the morning, they're going to know you're going to be there. And so everybody drives a little bit better. But if it's more sporadic, then you can really catch those offenders that are making those bad movements and bad judgments.
So can you highlight for me what you see at the intersection only? What are our safety issues in the intersection? Like, you know, as you look, okay, this is a safety concern. This is safety. What's our safety concerns in that intersection?
The safety concerns, I would say, are the lane alignment. Your lanes don't align well, and if you had better lane alignment, that would be helpful. I think lane utilization.
That's in the 2022 plan. So could you address the difference between 2020? Well, 2024 is when it'll happen, but what was approved in 2022 and what we're looking at now with an arterial? What's the difference to that same question?
Yeah, great question. I might have Andy address the difference between the two. He's probably more familiar with that than I am. So I'll let him think about that for just a minute. But as we look at these improvements and we talk about it, that lane alignment is critical. We've got to get the lanes in the right alignment so that we can minimize that. And then the other thing is, as we look towards the future, it's not only the lane alignment, but it's adding those future conditions so we can get the dual left turns in, to have the two receiving lanes, and get the proper merge at the right location. And in this case, it's carrying it to 11200 In the southbound condition, it's queuing. It's queuing and stacking.
I have some questions and just some observations. Your projected growth in that in the north end of the county, and you probably mentioned this and I just didn't catch it, but in my patient population, I would say I bet a third of the people that come in and I talk to are working at home, working remotely. So does your projections for growth in that take that into account? The other question I have is projections for Lone Peak High School, the traffic to and from that high school, which drives a lot of the discussion, because that's when you check the maximum capacity, has been projected to decrease over the years. And so, you know, it seems like we have some kind of counterintuitive ideas, because people are working from home more. The high school population is projected to drop, and yet we're going to spend millions of dollars to widen the road, take people's yards and all those different things in their homes to, again, so I guess where I get frustrated is we have two big high schools in adjacent towns that are serviced totally by residential roads, American Fork High School and Pleasant Grove. Yet they don't encounter these same problems. Lone Peak has to have a 5-lane, 6-lane highway to accommodate the traffic. So that's a cultural thing. It's also probably a socioeconomic thing. But I think it's sad that we have to keep spending more and more millions of dollars to accommodate that, and we can't find another solution. And we met with the school administration, say, why don't you restrict the number of people that can drive here? But they're unwilling to do that. And so that's one of the problems, because one of the big arguments for the Canal Boulevard and for the east-west corridor is to facilitate the traffic in now the high school. Has it helped? I can't see that's made any difference. And all those kids have to do is drive down the Alpine Highway from Northwest Highland and from Alpine, but they don't do that because they've got to drive another block or two to get to their parking lot. So I don't know, we can throw millions more dollars trying to solve this solution, but it seems like we never attack the root problem, which is we need to restrict the number of kids that drive to Lone Peak. And I just don't know why that can't happen and why people aren't willing to support that. It's a cultural thing, and I don't understand it, because we don't have that problem in Pleasant Grove. We don't have that problem in American Fork. Yeah. And so I just don't understand. Have you looked at the other areas? I just don't understand why we have such a problem with Lone Peak.
You know, it's a great question, and I think part of it comes down to the parking area. We provide huge parking lots to park in, and you look at those high schools that have restricted it, it's usually because of their parking problems. They don't have enough parking for everybody to drive in, so they start restricting and say sophomores can't drive. It's just juniors and seniors. And so that's part of it. It's the balance between how much land has been utilized for the high school, how much is in parking, and how they don't want to control it that way. They could. I mean, that's certainly an effort that should be continued.
Right, but a lot of them don't even park in the designated parking areas. They park in the red-lined areas and all that. I know, I live there. So I just don't know what the answer is, but it seems like we're spending millions of dollars to solve a high school problem that we just are not willing to resolve.
Scott, so the resident, last time 2 years ago, we heard high school, so we went and met with the principal administration there.
Yeah.
One of the concerns they did share is if we don't have them park there, they'll also go over to Walmart. Mm-hmm. We actually have a little park area there, our soccer park that's right there. And when I went down there, we have a new light that just went in, so I went to go try that. And I was surprised how many cars were parked all the way up and all of that parking. And so some of the problems, you also have public parking. So you go, okay, you can't be at the high school. They'll go to Walmart and they'll come down to our parking areas. And it's a fine balance. And like we said, we don't believe any kids walk to the high school at this time.
I'd like to point out that I don't believe that this is being recommended simply because of the high school.
And that's,
kids, we've got the 2 lanes going east on SR 92 that's got to go up into Alpine on 4800 as a reality in the future.
Well, you mentioned your traffic study count was between 4 and 5 p.m.
Correct.
You said you didn't believe that was high school, but yet you had higher numbers going back. And I think that's what, Ron, you're saying, is that must be a lot of people returning up into that area.
Yeah, that intersection's not just affected by high school. I would say a high school problem is maybe 10% of the problem. We have other problems at that intersection.
Yes.
It may be more than 10% of the accident problem, but not the capacity. Yep.
We've got high traffic volumes both in the morning when the high school's there and in the afternoon when they're not there. So we know high school's part of it, but it's not all of it.
Okay. Council, are there other questions for Ryan Hills?
Oh, I do have some questions. I was taking notes of each person that came up and concerns that they had, and you answered a lot of them. I just want to make sure that every single one of them is answered here. Let's see here. One question that somebody asked is this just chasing grant money? Is this just a way for UDOT to be able to, get grant money and have projects and fund themselves? Tell me about that. How does this work in order to fund this?
That's a great question. I'm going to answer the best I can, and I'll let Andy chime in as well. Typically, when you look at projects that come up through MAG they have a lot of communities that are all saying they've got infrastructure issues and they need help funding them. And so every community has multiple projects. Every year, the communities get together, they meet with MAG, and they identify maybe 4 or 5 selected projects, or maybe one. It's a range. You get to choose as your community how many you want to submit. And it gets voted on by a group who says, we think this is a high priority project. And so they prioritize the projects and those opportunities come by. There are projects that get allocated those funds or get in line to get those funds. And then something, a wheel falls off the bus and they say that funding is going to get allocated somewhere else. It could be a long time before that funding comes back because there's so many other needs within the county. And so it's really, putting your best foot forward and saying, we've got a project we think we need some funds for. And I think this is one of those projects where somebody looked at it and said, this is a good project. Let's move forward and let's resolve whatever issues we need to. If it's a capacity issue or a safety issue. And I think it was safety was the first reason this was brought up. But now that we're looking down the road and we're saying around 2050, we'll have a capacity problem. It becomes a different problem. So
essentially there are projects lined up, but MAG has said this is going to be one of the priority projects to receive funding based off of the issues in this area.
Yeah.
So maybe to help, and Andy, you can chime in. So 2 years ago, it's submitted and they have, Mountain Association of Governments will kind of put down a rating sheet, but they have a drive by the engineers. They'll bring in most of the city engineers. They'll drive to all the different projects. By the way, the top one right now in all of Utah County is Pioneer Crossing. I can just tell you that they're trying to, we went to legislator, in Utah County, every mayor says Pioneer Crossings were our pinch point and what we have issues with. But that's traffic. I mean, they're failing everywhere there. Yeah. But as we get going, they rank it. Then they bring those rankings from what the engineers did. They bring it into May to the mayors. And so this will be happening this year. And all the mayors in the county will look and they'll have it rated and then we'll start looking and some will say, okay, yeah. And then we'll vote if it comes out. They'll give us the money. If it says, okay, you have $300 million and this is where it can go based off of the safety or based off of project volume or what they've scored it. And then we can see if we fall in the money. We fell in 2026 out of all the ranking. We came in the money. I go, do you rank these based off of safety? It wasn't safety at the time. It was based off of congestion. And we were like 27 where they funded up to 32. Now, there was probably 60 projects, but we were number 27. Now, I have seen where we were rating some safety, but I'm not going to now state that because I get in trouble. But as we get going, it's now, they've whittled away some of those projects, so we're moving up the list, at least this project. And that's where we're going, okay, if we just need to know we're coming in to what we've submitted. And that's where I think a lot of the questions were. What we submitted was what the question that we're on asked is what was submitted in 2022 and 2024, what the difference is. And so, Andy, when we come up, if you can just make sure you answer Ron's question on that. So, anything else for Ryan?
No,
Yes.
I have a question for you, Mayor. So I guess for me, the number one thing is safety. Number two is you want to take as little as you have to. And number three is I'm happy if we don't talk about this again until 2050. I mean, I think that's a win for everybody here. But what I want to know is, because I understand that we have to make a decision on this tonight because that funding window closes tomorrow. And I feel like this is a lot of information tonight. And like I personally just, Andy and Jay and Aaron, this is a ton of work for you. I think that you only have pure motives because you've created a ton more work for yourselves with this. So I guess what I want to understand, Mayor, is what is the scope of the decision that we have to make tonight? Because we can talk about all of these options all day long, but I think that I'm not going to know what the very best solution is, but I would like to narrow it down to like, what is our scope and what can we say that we don't want 5 lanes past Highway 92 on the north, or what is it exactly that you need from us so we don't go off on all of these tangents?
So the reason why tonight is because it's getting ready to go to the engineer ranking. Does that make it? So we're approving just to get to the engineer ranking. They'll rank these again based off the projects. Now, Andy, you can kind of help maybe answer some of those questions that Councilmember Beals has a little bit about what that process and things.
Yeah, so to I believe answer your question, the main thing that we need to, I guess you'd say, progress with our funding application is there has to be legislative support for the funding application. Now, that legislative support, if our master transportation plan or our citywide transportation master plan already had this as a 5-lane section, that would be sufficient proof for legislative support and the decision makers saying, yeah, that's the direction that we want the travel, and travel system to go. And so the main thing that we need out of the council tonight is a decision, yes or no, relative to changing the classification of the roadway. Elements, and I'm going to point out one element that we've talked about, the shared right, southbound shared right, whether it goes as a shared through right lane southbound, that would be closest to the Beasley's residence, or whether that's a separate right turn lane. There is yet time as we look at the design and we work through the issues of the roadway that we can make, and I know that's very significant to those that are here, but that we can make those adjustments, those tweaks to the design. There's time to refine some of those elements, but the decision that we need to make is the greater decision of, do we want to do more than what we put forward in 2022? And that's the big decision, is do we feel it needs more? And now, in order to do more, we've got to give MAG a basis for the estimate, and we've given them an estimate, and that certainly shows, what we intend to build in a general sense, but there is an opportunity to then come back and look at it and say, okay, maybe we ought to trim this, or we ought to cut this, maybe we can make this adjustment, and those adjustments, while they represent, a different cost estimate, they're probably not going to change it from, being $10 to being $1. They might change it from being $10 to $9. There would be an incremental change, but it wouldn't be significant enough that it would be a completely different project. So there is time to still refine the details, but we do need to make the big decision, which is, do we need to do more or not?
Or the classification.
The functional classification.
Okay, so let me ask you,
Yeah.
do you need the decision tonight of, do we have a dedicated right turn lane going southbound, or if it's a shared through? That does not need to be. What about where, if we decide we want to merge sooner than 11-200, like we want to merge before Snowflake or the Power Line Corridor, does that need to be decided tonight?
In my opinion, whether you stop at Snowflake, and I'm talking about the northbound lane, whether you stop at Snowflake or whether you run that to 11-200 north, in my opinion, that could be one of those details that gets sorted out. Because if you're looking at the broad brush that's on our map, the broad brush that's on our map colors this red, or I think the collectors are blue. Sorry, I'm not looking at the map, but we're talking about a very high level decision, and Mountain Land and those that I work with there, are not going to hold us to every line that's represented on that map. Now, in a general sense, you know, if we say, hey, we want to change that and we want to improve that capacity, you know, are they going to say, well, you said you were going to do this generally, but they're not going to get down to the more minute level. I know, and when I call it minute, I don't mean to minimize the impact on the people, but, you know, MAG's going to look at it on this 10,000 foot scale, and they're going to still give us some freedom to work through the close-up details.
But it seems like if we don't put constraints on it right now, then we're back having this conversation again.
That's true.
So it
That's
feels
true.
to me like, is there not an option to not change the road classification and put constraints on it that way, but address like the intersection and more of the problems on the south where there isn't as much
Impact.
taking of property and focus the alignment that way? I guess I'm just wondering how we can maximize the impact and minimize what we're asking of residents.
So to maybe get at the heart of what I believe you were leading to, and that is that eventually, if we make a part of the decision tonight, we're going to have to make the rest of the decision, you know, at some point in the future. So the more guidance that was given tonight, the more we would know where we're heading in the future, less decisions that have to be made in the future. Relative to MAG and what they're looking for proof that what we're trying to build is supported by our transportation master plan. But even more than that, if you step behind that, what they really want is proof that the legislative decision makers of the city support the application that's been funded. That's been put forward. So that if it is funded, they know that that this has gone forward with the support of the decision makers. So a motion that helped us accomplish that, if you will, it would probably accomplish that goal. But you know, so is there something in between there? Possibly. I mean, that's really what they're driving at is we want to know that you all, as a collective whole, you all, not me all, you all, you know, support that project.
Mr. Mayor, it is 10 o'clock. I move that we extend the meeting to 11.
Okay, we have a motion to extend the meeting till 11 p.m. And we have a second by Ron. Are you in favor? Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're extended.
Andy, is it fair to say, you know, the width of the lanes, do we do a dual straight/right turn southbound? And when do we paint the dual, do we paint the dual eastbound left turns? Those details can be later, but like at a bare minimum, we need the council to decide, are you doing any dual northbound lanes north of SR 92?
Yes.
That's really, at a bare minimum, that's what we need tonight.
That really comes down to a lot of the upgrades, you know, that at the heart of it, you know, is this an arterial section or is this a collector section on the city's transportation master plan? Has to do with, are there more than 3 lanes north of SR 92? You know, so yes, that broad brush decision needs to be made, and the refinements as to where the lanes transition and some of the refinements as to does this have a dedicated right or not, that can be worked out as we look to the future.
Turned it off. I'd like to clarify, just to make sure I understand it right, that an arterial can be from 3 to 5 lanes. So if we go arterial, it can remain 3 lanes if we choose down the road to keep it 3 lanes. Is that right?
Yes.
But by changing it to arterial, we can get this funding.
Although I think we're being asked, the proposal that's in front of us is specifically to change it to a 5-lane arterial.
Yes, that is the proposal.
A 5 lane.
Well,
The classification in the city's transportation plan is
Okay.
5-lane arterial.
Arterial,
With
okay.
that, Ryan,
Okay.
if we can, we're going to have some other questions. I'm going to let 3 residents come up and ask questions as be very specific to what is about the traffic study. It's not general public comment. It's about the traffic study, since you have now heard from Ryan. So there's 3 individuals that have had their hand. Spencer, do you want to come first? And it has to be specific to the traffic study.
I wish we would have got to speak after him, because a lot of us.
You are.
residents-
That's what you're doing
I know,
now.
but as a general thing, I think it had a lot of change, but it totally changes what I would have spoke completely. Looking at the numbers, we're talking about the 2 northbound lanes, and they're, per Mr. Hales, we're having to do them because of the 2 left.
Please
turn
address, you
lanes
address
going
address-
eastbound.
He'll come back up and
Okay,
address those.
but that's why we're doing it. But if you look at the study, looking back at the numbers, PM traffic has more traffic, so we're talking about that. In 2020, there were 180 left turn on 2 northbound. In 2024, there was 109, which is a huge decrease over COVID. More of us working at home. Hell's projection for 2050, they're doing 230, which is a 111% increase over what it is today. If you go to the intersection, If you go to the intersection of the Country Corner, and you go back to the 2020 study, there were 310 left-hand turn lanes. And that's on 1 lane. And so Hales is projecting 2030 or 230, which is 100 less left turn lanes than what we currently have at Country Corner. And so to me, it doesn't make sense, just as a common resident, I'm not a traffic guy, but it doesn't make sense why we're controlling that 2 left lane when in the intersection before, we know that's how people want to go. He talked about how people want to go down to the freeway going southbound. There's no disputing that. That's the quickest way. That's what people want to go. In this instance, Country Corner is the quickest way into Alpine. That's where people want to go. 2/3 of the people go that way. Only 1/3 goes further. And those are the ones that live up in the Healy area or where I live, because it's longer. And so common sense, they take the quickest route. And so to make 2 left-hand turn lanes going northbound, per the studies and per the counts, even our projected in 2050 is less than we currently have going left in Country Corner. It doesn't jive to me.
Okay, we'll
And so
have him
you
come
take
up
the
and address it.
northbound lane out of it, and then we're back to where we are now. We don't need the 5-lane arterial. The 3 we have is fine.
Okay, we'll have him address that. I think, Mr. Hurley, did you have your hand up? And then I think Mr., is it Ort? Am I thinking right? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me, would you please state your name again?
Jay Curley.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There are a few topics I wish Mr. Hales was still up here. Our average daily traffic numbers don't match the study numbers that, the average daily traffic numbers that were on the presentation don't match the traffic study numbers that are done by Hales, or by UDOT at least. So that's one that I would like to clarify what the difference is and why they are different. Second thing is induced demand. Like, if we increase the size of this road, more people are going to turn left at that roundabout coming out of Alpine, period. Every study that's ever been done in the nation has said that an increased road size means that more people will travel on it.
So is your question for Mr. Hell about if we increase it, they will come?
I would say if we increase it, can we be strategic about where we're increasing? Alpine Highway is already classified one way. Why not use that classification, increase that road size where there's not 27 homes that are going to be impacted, and at least 2 homes that should be bought out and displace 2 families, mine being one of them. So that would be another question that I would have him address. The next thing is the rear end crashes that he brought up are east to west. That's in the crash details. It was at least 65%, 63% of those are east to west, not west to east, meaning not traveling towards the canyon. So those 2 turn lanes going northbound on North County Boulevard isn't going to solve the issue of people creeping up and bumping into someone from behind. So I would like to understand kind of what the purpose of that being brought up in the presentation was. if it's not solving the safety issue that we're talking about, which is the north side of SR 92. And then at the speeds that are being traveled, realistically, if we have 2 straight occurring lanes, that means that that road, North County Boulevard is a 45. It doesn't decrease to a 30 until after SR 92, which means people are going to be carrying that speed anytime they have a green light at 45 to 50 or faster if they're trying to make that yellow. So that means that the first, multiple homes are going to be having people going by at near highway speeds trying to merge. And in that merge, we're saying that it's going to be a 20-second merge. That's how far they want to carry that merge lane out. If you do the miles per hour and then divide that by the, convert that into feet per second, it's 20 seconds that you're saying that we need to merge. I would like to understand how and why it would take that long. And then the last thing is just, if we increase the left turn lanes onto SR 92 at Alpine Highway, have we done a study based on that and how that could impact the lack of use on North County Boulevard? Because if the induced demand studies that have been done in the around the nation are correct, then it would say that more people would start to use that way rather than coming down 4800, because it would just be easier. So those are the biggest things. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My name's John Ort. So, like he was saying, I was thinking about this. How many houses are between Alpine Highway and in North County Boulevard? Most of the traffic is not coming from the houses in between those two. If we take a 2-lane turn and make Alpine Highway a 5-lane major connector like it's already on the master plan, then we would have the opportunity to take all of the traffic that wants to turn left at Alpine Highway and not force them, give them the opportunity to turn on Alpine Highway make it a 2-lane turn there and keep it only as 1 lane, and then we don't have to worry about merging on Alpine Highway or on North County Boulevard 4800 West. So secondly, when we looked at the data where we talked about what's the fastest way from the roundabout to get down to Pleasant Grove, I think that's what we're mapping. If we made Alpine Highway a 2-lane heading southbound, you'd give them the opportunity to turn left on SR 92 and then take that right-hand turn to go southbound on North County Boulevard. The second thing was if we also continued the connector down south to Canal Boulevard, they could turn there. So you could give them 2 opportunities to diffuse the amount of traffic that would be on 4800 West and keep 4800 West as a residential connector or residential road as it is today. Let's use the Alpine Highway as it could be.
So what's your question for Mr. Harrells? Just to
okay, the specific question for him, one is, have we done a study that says if we bring the 5-lane arterial to Alpine Highway, how would it reduce the traffic on North County Boulevard? If we just say it as is, that's fine, but I'd like to say, if I give them another alternative that makes it easy for them, I want to make it easy to turn north to go into Alpine, but stay away from 4800 West. I want to make it easy to get out of Alpine and give them that 2-lane. And if we look at that study and said, hey, we gave you 5 lanes to go north and southbound a little bit further west, why would somebody want to go through that light and make that left turn? And why would we need 2 lanes to go left? Why would we need to then merge 2 lanes together? We wouldn't need that at all. So change the equation structurally by giving them an option to turn earlier with the 2-lane connector that gets up into Alpine. Let's not create the problem at North County Boulevard. Let's give them the option to go by our district, like somebody said before. If we want them to go into Alpine, let's have them push it through our business district where we're going to make that area into restaurants and let them go past that and not go into a neighborhood. Let's make them go in the main road that's already there. Let's use the road. Let's use the width that's already available. Let's reduce the speed on 4800. Let's narrow the lanes down. Let's make that, I don't know what you called it. You called the natural reduction because of the narrow roads. Let's put some, you can't cross that road. Let's make it so that it narrows down. I work up by 1700 up at Varex Imaging up by on 1700. And they have these areas where the people cross the road, where they make it actually more narrow, and they allow residents to get across. Let's keep a resident neighborhood a residence. Let's use the 5-lane connector as it is. Let's not create a problem that we then have to solve by going all the way up to 11200 North.
Thank you. Okay, now, if it's okay, we'll have Ryan come up and address some of these questions the residents have brought up, and then we'll come back to the council if you have questions, and then let's see if we can kind of come to what the thought is.
Mayor, Council, Ryan Hills. Just for the record. I know who I am, you know who I am. But, let me see if I can address those questions very quickly. Country Corner. Country Corner is a great question. There's a lot of traffic that is turning left there. And certainly there's a high amount of vehicles going eastbound to northbound, making the left in towards Alpine. What happens is UDOT has criteria. One of the other jobs that we have as Hills Engineering is we sit at, it's as if we're sitting in UDOT's desk and we're reviewing all the traffic studies. If Andy requests a traffic signal here in Alpine, we're reviewing it at our office. If somebody in St. George requests a traffic signal, we're reviewing it at our office. And we do that review for UDOT. They have some policies and standards, and we make sure that everything follows the policies and standards. And so it's those standards that we referred to when we looked at whether we needed dual left turns at North County Boulevard and SR 92 and 4800 West. We use those standards that we look at every day for UDOT and their standards and their policies. It follows the MUTCD that we talked about before, but those guidelines go a little bit further, and they drill down on how many left turns are needed in order to look at the requirements. And so we drilled down on that and looked and said, okay, near 2050, we're gonna need dual lefts. Certainly at Country Corners, that should probably be reevaluated as well to see when those left turn lanes are needed in addition.
But if it is, then would not that impact how likely it is that we'll need it at 4800 in 2050?
You know, if dual left turn lanes, if they're needed at both locations right now, well, excuse me, let me rephrase that. If they're needed at Country Corners, that doesn't mean that it's going to preclude them from being needed over here, because people wanted to get into different areas and not necessarily would they use that intersection. Maybe they get bogged down at the roundabout and they want to go around that to get into their area where they live. Let me go down to the next gentleman, Jay Hurley. Jay, great questions. I hope I can address most of them as we go through this. He was saying the ADTs don't match the study numbers. You saw the study numbers that we all saw. Those are peak hour numbers and peak hour volumes. Those are only the hourly volumes of that peak, that 4:30 to 5:30 time period. The ADTs are something that's completely different. That's something that we measure on a daily basis. How many people are on the road versus how many are turning left. Those numbers will never match and shouldn't. They're different measures. It's apples and oranges. Induced demand. Great question on induced demand. And I applaud the citizens for the questions that have been asked. Great questions. If we solve a problem, are we inducing more people to come? If you build it, will they come? The answer to that is always yes, they will come. But there's a lot of demand that does want to be there. So there's latent demand and there's induced demand. Latent demand is what's pent up. That would be what we have in the southbound direction where people are diverting around it. That is a latent demand that has not been addressed. Induced demand, if you build it, will you induce more people to use that intersection? Probably. There will probably be some people that use that intersection. As we build roads, we're always looking at where the roadway traffic is. And this is kind of bleeding over a little bit into John's question. He was asking, about the study. Did we evaluate what happens if we widen SR 74? What we use in our travel demand projections are what MAG has in their travel demand model. What I'm seeing, and you saw on the screen tonight, are the volumes. The volume projections would tell me that there's not as much traffic using SR 74 as there is North County Boulevard. Could we reverse that trend if we built SR 74 and didn't build North County Boulevard? Well, North County Boulevard's already built, so the question is, what happens if you build SR 74? You would probably increase some of the traffic. You would probably see a little bit of a shift. Some of the traffic would go from North County Boulevard over. But because of that direct connection that we showed on I-15, if you're headed north on I-15, where are you going? SR 92. You're going right past Micron, TI, and you're headed out to I-15 to go north. You're not going to go, again, using the analogy, you're not going to go 92 to I-15 and then south. You're going to go on that path of least resistance and that largest road, and you're going to take North County Boulevard probably every time. I would do that. Maybe others travel differently than I do, but I think I've tried to hit most of the questions. Any of them that I've missed that?
No, I think there was a lot of questions about why it was needed to have two dual left, because they're saying the numbers, aren't showing it now, and by 2050, why are we looking 26 years out? I mean, why do we have to build now for 26? Why can't we say, okay, in 10 years, we can get by and then come back in 10, 15 years and address it for when it's going to be happening in the 10 years after that?
Yeah, and that's a great question as well. As we look at those improvements, what we're trying to do is balance the roadway capacity with the dollars that are available, and when those dollars become available, we're trying to move forward with projects that will have capacity not only now, but into the future. So with hope and anticipation, we're hoping that things change. We're hoping that people drive differently in the future. We might have gentrification within a subdivision. Gentrification might mean that we have less cars. Our families shrink in size and we might have less cars. We're all hopeful that might occur. We're also looking at flying cars. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that are out there that may be happening. We don't know, but what we're trying to do is address what we do currently have the power and the ability to understand and move forward with. I wish flying cars were here now. I would so much rather fly somewhere than drive my car. That would be amazing.
Council, do you have any other questions for Ryan Hills?
I've got one. First of all, appreciate all the work on the study and especially the time that you've taken and going through it with us this evening and making yourself available to be here to do that. The way that I'm looking at this is that we have an intersection that from a safety standpoint is somewhat more dangerous than the average intersection with that kind of profile. Not especially more dangerous, but somewhat more dangerous.
Yeah.
We have a capacity need in the neighborhood of 2050. That, to me, it looks like we should hold off 15 years on capacity and let that cone of uncertainty shrink to be more certain that we're not going to have flying cars, for example. And that make some of the changes that we've already got planned for the intersection. I think there's some others that we can look at that are relatively easy, low cost, not taking property solutions with regard to safety. So my inclination at this point is not to move forward with the proposal. And my question for you is there anything that you have data or opinions or approaches to that can convince me otherwise? Because that's what I'm looking for this evening.
So why is
I'm looking for proof that I'm wrong.
Yeah, great question, and definitely hard with a big audience like this to, ask questions like that. And I appreciate the question. As we look at balancing, we're always balancing certain decisions, and the decision on this is the balance of queuing, time, delay, safety. And so if we can solve some of those issues, we're always doing better off. The question that rests with you, and this is the difficult question that I can't answer for you, I can't tell you, and I'm not putting pressure on anyway, I'm just going to state some facts. I can't tell you when that money would come back around again. I can't tell you how many crashes you're going to have next year. I can't tell you that cars are going to decrease in the future instead of increase. I can't tell you we'll have flying cars in 10 years. There's a flying, I won't go into that. But there's a lot of unknowns that none of us really know, and we're just trying to make the best decisions.
If we're looking at wild ideas, I'm more in favor of the Star Trek transporter than the flying cars myself.
That would be ideal.
And we have communicators already.
Yeah.
Just an FYI, I looked at a lot of studies, the traffic demand models. I was interested in what they were doing in Oregon, what they were doing in Washington. Every single one I looked at, the Oregon one was just published. Just looking at the model to make sure that your 9.0 is that really and it is. That is the most up to date. That's what people are using, other states are using. And the bottom line is that they end up going out to 2050 in every single case. Not one study that I look at that did not go out, that's been published this year from January to March. I didn't see any April ones, but I found a lot from January to March. 2024, they went out to 2050. Yeah. So it's pretty common, I think, to go out 25, 26 years.
Yeah.
I will say just, so is this a federal funding project then, or state funding?
We don't know. So MAG has federal funds and they have state and local funds. And so what they try to do is match up the funds to the right project. And so at this point, we don't know.
This will be what?
We don't know.
Don't know.
So it might be federal, it might be state, it might be county. And they get a certain amount of each, and they match the right fund to the right project. You know, and so usually they'll put the federal funds on the project that they know is going to have some environmental looks anyway, or things like that. And so MAG is the one that determines which funding source goes to which project.
Just for funding perspective, so what you have right now is kind of a once-in-generational opportunity of building up infrastructure in our states. Federal funding, it's called Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and essentially the federal government is pushing a bunch of money into our states to build up our infrastructure. The state is matching it, and MAG is part of that, and that funding will be completed in 2024. We have to use it by 2026. So this is why a lot of infrastructure projects are coming to our state right now. It's an opportunity to be able to fund them with our federal money and not state money.
Yeah, the project has to be completed or funded by 2026, Kim?
It just has to be obligated. I'll say that, obligated.
It's kind of like our COVID. It started in 2020, but all the money had to be spent pretty well by 2024. So it was like a 4-year, even though they gave it the bill back in 2020, you had about 4 years.
So
those
contracted.
Here, the gravel pit was purchased with some COVID money. Essentially Utah Water has come and purchased the gravel pit. And the county participated with COVID. Essentially Utah participated with COVID money, and they were all trying to close before the end of December. And it did on I think the 9th, about the 9th or 10th of December. So.
I don't have any question for Mr. Howells, but I'm just wondering if we're going to get a council discussion a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of.
I have one more question.
Oh, for
sorry.
Mr. Howells. I'm sorry. Let's kind of come back if we have one for staff, and then if we need to discuss.
And I'm really going to put you on the spot here because I got an email just before I got here, like 2 hours before 5 o'clock, and he indicated that he was in favor of changing it to the arterial. I won't give his name so that we don't have upset people, but the bottom line is he was saying in that message to us, the mayor and the council, he said, if you know that a professional organization has come in, that knows traffic, they know safety, they know congestion, they know the relationship of all that, and they're recommending X, and you don't do X, and somebody gets killed later, you're liable. Are you recommending X? Are you recommending that this is truly more safe?
Right, guys.
Are you recommending that this is truly more safe?
Yes, it is.
So it's clear that the arterial change from you're the professional. I mean, I don't know traffic. I can ask questions, but I don't know. You're saying that it will be more safe if we go down this path with MAG right now.
Correct.
And the reality is if we don't, and we find out we need it in 2040, it's all on us. We're not going to get MAG money in 2040.
We don't know that.
All on us. I think
it's all in Highland.
For me, maybe the question is better. What's being recommended to us is a safer situation at this intersection. We have to make, what we've been hearing is about, to me, it's about safety. We have to make a decision.
That's right.
If we're willing to make fourth an option, because I see this intersection as a huge safety intersection. It always has been 2 years ago. You can all talk about studies, but I drive it and I can see the cars that miss a line coming in that number one in the, going north. I'll be honest, Ryan, I haven't really kind of got where I think the 2 lanes turning up north. I get that that's a study and that's down, but I see some safety issues with alignment. I see safety issues. But I think the question as a council for me is, do we need to have a dedicated right coming south? Do we need 2 south? Can we put that dedicated right be one where it's a right turn and 1 through? Do we need to have 2 lanes coming north, and how soon can we merge it to try to take the mitigation off? And I think, is there any information you need from Ryan to help us make a decision?
Well, I guess, do we have to make that decision, or just in the motion? What we're doing is amending our general
We don't need to
plan.
make those two decisions do not need to be made tonight?
I think you could still proceed with the funding with the plan as it is, and then you could come back and change your mind on those. If let's just say, for example, if you said, okay, make the master plan change, proceed with funding, and then, once you get the funding and you look at things and study it a little bit more, you say, okay, we're going to not do that dedicated ride, or we're going to merge it a little sooner. That's not going to change materially the improvements that you're talking about, in that MAG's not going to pull the funding out from underneath you because of those changes, if that makes sense. And that's why I'm saying that you can still take some time to refine those decisions.
But I would feel much more comfortable doing that if we were able to put some constraints on it tonight and not just leave it wide open for anything.
If you can make a motion that you can get 3 council members to approve on, then it gives better direction.
So can we have council comment now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think we need to go back just a little bit, and we've talked, and this is the main item tonight, and I really, really appreciate all the work. We've got engineering and surveys, and I appreciate everyone that's made comments today, and it's really hard when these things impact you directly. And I've been through that a little bit, because like the east-west corridor directly impacted my home and my neighborhood. So I understand where you're coming from. What I have a little hard time with, and we said this is true, I've always seen, I was on the council my first time when we did the widening of 4800 West and turned it into North County Boulevard. And I'll tell you what happened is the traffic doubled. Okay, it doubled, because if you build it, they will come. And I think Highland is actually, I use these roads, I like the good traffic flow and all that things, but I guess we have to ask ourselves what we want our city to be. And I find North County, I think they did a pretty good job. They bought some people out, and I'll be honest with you, MAG was really generous with the funds that they bought those people out with. And they would be fair if this happens to you folks as well. But the question is what do we want Highland to be? So I appreciate all the engineering and it's basically lots of scientific studies and things, but it's all an educated guess, because we really don't know what's going to happen in the future. 4 years ago, we would have never guessed that a lot of people are working remotely, and that was because of the pandemic. We would have never guessed that it's predicted that Lone Peak will have less students there. And I'm sorry, the traffic at Lone Peak still drives a lot of this. And I think we're being disingenuous if we think it doesn't. But at the same time, I think we have to ask, what's more important? Is it the quantity of traffic we can move through our city, or is it the quality of our lives? And when we widened Timpanogos Highway, we blighted some old neighborhoods in Highland. And we all use those roads, and we like that wide speed so we can all go 50 or 60 miles an hour, but it blighted a lot of Highland. So I guess we have to I like to think, how does it affect the quality of life? So I've sat in the council the last couple of years, and we've had neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood come in and complain about speed. So the answer for speed, to me, is not building a wider road. which accommodates higher speeds. I think we need to do what we can to preserve the residential nature of this neighborhood. Now, what drove this discussion 2 years ago? The Alpine City Council, and I have friends there and different things, I'm not going to badmouth Alpine, but they decided without a lot of public input to design a 5-lane road coming down to Highland. Then we had to deal with it. And I thought we had a good compromise in 2022 that was fair to the residents and still addressed the safety in this intersection. So I support the 2022 compromise. So what's driving the conversation today, and we brought it up, it's funding issues. If we don't do the funding now, for this wider road, but I promise you, if we widen it up to 11,200, it'll become a 5-lane highway up to Alpine. And I think we're being disingenuous if we don't think that. So so that's my concern. And so, when we were working on Canal Boulevard, which directly impacted my neighborhood, I heard time and again, how that would help the high school traffic bypass your road and blah, blah, blah. Well, has it done it? No. And so, the question is, we threw millions of dollars at that project, we're throwing millions over here. I think there's some things we can do here to make a difference with safety and capacity, but at some point we need to say, how does this improve the quality of our life? Does it just bring more traffic, more speed, more congestion, or do we want to kind of narrow it? So I had an experience my son went back east to a large university, I won't mention which one it is, a university of 30,000 students. It's semi-rural. It was accessed by a lot of 2-lane roads. In fact, there was a revolutionary town that sat right on the edge of the university, and they accessed the university by a 1-lane bridge, and yet it worked. And why did it work? Because people drove slower, and they walked, and they took alternate transportation. So I've never understood why, and I bring this up with the high school, why some of those kids can't carpool. Because I've sat up at that corner and watched every individual student driving their own car. Before we put in the lights and stuff, or address some of these issues on North County Boulevard and Canal and different things, Mike Kennedy, who's our representative and stuff, sent me a text that he got from somebody with some things, and there was a Lexus that had ran into a Mercedes. Why are high school kids driving these cars? I just think there's some things that we never address, and we just kind of throw more millions of dollars in that and spend more money. And yes, we get this funding from the federal government, and I understand that, but it's all borrowed money, folks. At some point, the federal government's not going to continue borrowing money because they'll have to get it from somewhere, and that's from you and I. So maybe we need to look at some things that are less expensive and other things that we can do. So I think the intersection needs to be improved. We agreed on that 2022. I support the compromise from 2022 because I think it was fair to everybody here. So that's where I'm standing.
Any other councils want to kind of share or some thoughts? Or you have questions, or if you have questions?
Yeah, I guess I just want to kind of comment on that, Scott, because we say if you drive it, they will come. If you widen this road, it doesn't mean that you're going to induce more people to drive. It essentially means that, I think he'll put it, try and keep people on the higher volume streets and keep them out of local residential neighborhoods. I know one gentleman came up here and said that when there's traffic, no big deal, just have people cut through neighborhoods. And I think that really hit for me. What are we trying to do here? This is a commuter road, and are we trying to keep people off of our local neighborhood roads where there are kids in the streets, where there is an expectation that that isn't a commuter road that people are going to be cutting through? And thus, it will increase our safety, not just on this road, but our residential roads as well.
Okay. Is there any other, Andy, there was a question that Ron asked, proposed in 2022 versus proposed in 2024. I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure we understand what was approved in 2022 and what would be the change. I understand we're doing a classification from a 3-lane to 5, but as that, what does that do design-wise?
Sure. What's the differences between the two? Is that what I'm understanding, Mayor?
Yeah.
What's the differences between the two? Okay, so in 2022, what was approved at this intersection, and we'll start at this intersection, what was approved, with the only two changes that were approved, was to come back and align, oh, the picture's up there, good. Align the outermost left turn lane. When I say that, the one that is currently the left turn trap lane with the left turn lanes that are on the 4800 section, and align the through lanes so that they go through. So the outermost left turn lane, or the easternmost of those two lanes, aligns with the left turn lane going from 4800 west, and then the through lanes are aligned. The other thing that was added was to create the dedicated right turn lane from SR 92 to 4800 west. That would be the one that's in front of the cabin. Other than that, no other changes in the intersection configuration were proposed or were approved with what was in 2022. So then going northward of this location, it was that the roadway section would have 5-foot shoulders, which are bike lanes that we talked about before, kind of a shoulder combo bike lane, and it would be 3 lanes all the way to the roundabout. There's a section in Alpine where it kind of drops to 2 lanes, and there's the section just north of 11200 where it hasn't been finished yet. That would be finished as 3 lanes. And then the other element that is on that plan is a 10-foot trail on the east side. And that 10-foot trail is intended to extend all the way from the bridge where North County Boulevard crosses American Fork River, and that goes all the way to the roundabout in Alpine. And the purpose of that trail is to allow users in this area of the county, this northeast end of the county, to then connect with all the regional trail systems. So once you get to the bridge at American Fork River, you can take the city trail under North County Boulevard, go down through Highland Glen Park, and then once you're in Highland Glen, then you're connected to the Murdoch Trail, and you're connected to all the active transportation facilities. So that's what was approved in 2002. So, 2022, not 2.
Okay, so in 2020, I'm going to say, in 22, we only have 1 lane going southbound from North County, or from 4800 West to North County Boulevard.
Right, no change.
We only have 1 lane going northbound from North County up to 4800.
Yes.
What happens with that trap lane? That, if you want to say there was you
The
had a
trap
number.
lane, the left turn trap lane stays.
So there's still that conflict in the
Yes.
2022. We still have the conflict of that right hand or the left hand turn where it can be confusing because they have not made a motion over. Correct.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
there's what was approved in 22 proposed no change to that left turn trap lane. So those conflicts that exist there would continue with the 22 plan.
The south traffic coming down, with the 2022 approved plan, do those lanes line up with what will be on the other side? In other words,
well, the
there's gonna be an
2022
extra lane added.
The 2022 plan doesn't propose any changes south of SR 92, and so really what the 2022 plan has is just what you have today as far as any type of southbound traffic. So there's no changes proposed, so it's no different than it would be today. So as far
So
as
that
alignment,
congestion that we know is happening right now, because people aren't taking that route, they're taking other routes.
Yeah.
That would still remain.
Yeah.
Correct. So the 2022 did not address any congestion. It still would back up all the way to 11,200 or further.
The 2022 plan didn't excuse me, I can't get the words to work. The 2022 plan did not address any of the congestion issues. The only thing it really addressed, well, I should say it did address that kind of painted right turn lane. It kind of exists as a de facto in front of the cabin today, but it actually painted it. So that does help with a little bit of congestion, but overall the substantial congestion issues that are in the intersection, it does not address any of those. The only thing it does is align the lanes. The northbound lane and that left turn.
Council, when we met with UDOT last Wednesday, I asked about congestion. We asked Ryan Hells about congestion. You know, we always say that's not a safety. We want to address safety. But what I've been hearing from UDOT and also Ryan is congestion is a safety issue. Because, yeah, well, if the kids are backing, and I'm calling, if a driver, and I'm going to now call myself a younger kid because sometimes I've done this, but as we back up, we'll sometimes run that suicide lane in the middle to try to get down. And
Also go over to the bicycle lane is what I'm worried about, because they will try to get around it.
Or go in different neighborhoods also.
Yeah, they can tend and turn down 11-200 to try to get down and do, or they can do U-turn. So with that, now in 2024, I think, is there any questions about what the 2024 plan has versus the 2022?
I have a question for Andy. If, as far as the funding and this design, 2 lanes going south seems to be pretty significant. And if we were to approve that arterial, but limit it to 4 lanes and not allow the 5, and basically only 1 lane going north, we'll deal with that in 2040 or 2045 or 2050, when apparently we need 2 lanes headed north off of SR 92, and there'll be more traffic coming from the freeway. And Pleasant Grove Boulevard is what really has hurt 4800, I mean, in North County Boulevard, because people tend to come that way. It's only 12 minutes versus 14 and 16 minutes the other way. So, do we have that ability to do that tonight? To say, yes, we want an arterial, but we don't want 5 lanes, we want 4?
In a general sense, you have the ability to give us any direction you want to give us.
As far as funding.
Right. As far as funding, the general how you're going to rate and how you're going to score. So I'm going to give you the difference and what happened. This is actually what happened 2 years ago. So in the preliminary rounds of the review, we were right up there in the top. And we were like number 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't remember, of the projects as far as how things were ranking and how things were looking. When we stepped back and said, no, let's just cut it back to what you're seeing on the screen, we went from, right there at the top to barely making the cut. And I don't remember what barely making the cut is, the mayor references, but we dropped down in the cut. So anything that we do that leaves a perceived problem is going to, lower our, we're going to bump down in rankings, right? Will we still make the cut? Maybe,
Not
probably,
the answer
maybe,
wanted.
I don't know.
Reality.
I can't make any guarantees there. Other than just to say, if you leave some problems on the table, it's going to look less attractive.
Well, at the end of the day,
could you
the
do it?
experts
Yes.
drive-
And will I follow whatever instruction you give
Yeah.
me? Yes.
I mean, the traffic engineers are the ones driving.
Politically, they're also going to look and go, we did not address the issue at this intersection by what we're trying to prove. And so
Yeah.
why would they chuck funds at it?
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
get it.
really like what Wes said, where he's like, talked about the Italian restaurant. He's like, you went to the best of the best of the best. You went to UDOT, you went to MAG. They kept saying to do the same exact thing. So then you're like, I don't want to do that to our residents. So let's go out and get another opinion of the best of the best of the best and see what Hill says, hoping that we could get somebody to tell us we don't want to do this to our residents and to back us up by not putting this burden on our residents. And again, the best of the best of the best, each one of us has given us the one menu item of this is what you need to do. And so I guess now it's up to us is we've gone out there, we've looked at all the options, we've gone to the high school, we've tried to do all these certain things, and we've gone and gotten all these different opinions, hoping that we can get something different. And yet it's this one menu option of what we keep being told time and time again, you have to do.
There won't be any more public comment. This is now back to the council. No, we're back here at the council, so.
So Andy,
I'm sorry, sir, we're up here discussing.
Andy, if you were to, I'm looking at the picture that you have up now. So if you were to take away one of those 12-foot lanes, right, the one that is the dedicated right turn, and have that go straight, and make those 11-foot lanes instead of 12, like you suggested, because I think that that's a good way to deter semis from going on that road. I don't think they're going there anyway, but let's not encourage it. So if you were to take out that 12-foot lane and then have two that are going straight, you have your middle turn lane. And then if you had the two going north that merge there quickly by before Snowflake, then doesn't that change the amount of property that you would have to acquire or
Yes.
infringement that you would have to make on other people's? So I guess what I'm asking is it what I would like to do is tailor what we need as a city to what the grant is rather than trying to make, that funding fit us. So is it possible to do that? And is it possible to put in some other constraint that says, like, for those two left turns going east, right? Those two left turns if you're going east on 92. Like, because the projections, like if you look at all of the current left turns and what's projected, you have like 30, 84, 100. The very highest would be 230, right, in 2050. So can you put in a provision that says we're interested in making the capacity to do that, but not until 2040 or 2050 or until some time period where we actually see that it's necessary, so that you have that infrastructure there, but there's like a contingency in place that you don't do that unless capacity exceeds X number or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, actually, with the left turn movement, let me speak to each one of those individually, if that's okay. So with the left turn movement, that's actually how UDOT would do it, is they would initially build it wide enough, but they would kind of build a little V or a gore there, just like we're seeing on what's proposed to to go east, where the physical room is there to add this double left, but they would actually turn it into a double left when it's finally needed. And so that's actually how UDOT would implement it anyway.
But is there a way for us to control the way that is implemented, rather than giving the control up to UDOT and saying we don't want that implemented, that double left turn, unless A, B, and C? Because otherwise you're just giving up that decision to UDOT, which I prefer to not do.
Ryan is actually a great one to speak to when UDOT would implement that. And how that would go, because that is part of what his office analyzes for UDOT, is changes like that. So he's actually probably going to be better to answer that question. I'll answer your other two questions, and that is, in a southbound direction, if you choose to make a through right, you are going to take less property and impose on people less. And if you choose in the northbound direction to merge, let's say by Snowflake, then you will also infringe on people less. So both of those decisions are yes. If you choose and you give us those directions, that's how we would move forward with the request, and those would impact less people. Relative to the implementation of the left turn lane, if it's acceptable, Mayor, I would actually turn that answer to Ryan, because they review those for UDOT and can speak to how that would be implemented.
So is the question about having the two left turns coming?
I believe
from
if I
eastbound
understood
up to north-
Councilmember Bill's question, her question
that's right
was,
here.
if we build it and we build the two northbound lanes so that it would receive those, is there any way to control when UDOT implements those? That's what I understood the question to be.
Correct, because we don't want those two left turns implemented unless there's a clear need in 2050 or whatever, right?
Unless they're needed.
Are you saying
yeah.
not to build it or to not stripe it? If it's built, we might as well use it.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
I don't think if we build it, we might as well use it, because I think the point is to be efficient with our money, but not use it unless it's proven that it's an absolute need. And I think that if you do build it, then they will use it.
So
but we
what
don't
you're saying,
really want them
you're
to use it.
you're saying that everything that is south or going west of this intersection, do not do the improvement of widening there at that intersection.
Yeah, like I don't think there's a reason to make, like, if you're going eastbound on 92, I don't think there's a reason right now to have two left turns going north.
Right.
Right?
There's no reason.
I want to hear from Ryan on that one.
Okay.
I just don't understand.
And I think that even if we build it but don't stripe it, and we just have it as an island, essentially, we are still using it. because we're getting safety benefits
Yeah, okay.
from it instead of turning benefits.
Okay, Ryan.
Yeah, sorry, the quick answer is if you build it, what they would do is they would stripe it out and you'd have chevron striping. So it's kind of a V stripe as you approach the intersection. And you would be channelized. Your left turn would be your innermost lane you would turn left from. They'd have a V striping to stripe that out. So you wouldn't be using the dual left turns until they're actually warranted and needed.
And who decides when they're warranted?
UDOT. UDOT.
It's a UDOT road.
Yeah.
So they can already decide that.
But it's not warranted right now. It's not warranted until the future.
If we
To
don't
have those
put the 2 lanes, they can't build it to come up in that area. I think what some of the,
So do we need to put that in as a provision, or it's already in there?
It's already in.
Okay. So now I guess it comes down to Snowflake and then the right-hand turn, which I'm fine with the right-hand turn. I'm a little worried with the Snowflake just because of his study of trying to merge and look with somebody coming out of Snowflake, but I mean, I can be fine with that. I just want to make sure that it's a safe option.
so you would, what you're saying is, the question is, can you merge before the Snowflake so that the conflict doesn't come up past Snowflake where they're trying to merge?
I don't think we can because of the guidelines that Ryan said you needed, the footage you need in order to make it a safe merge.
Ryan, would you mind, this is just on the merge going north, you had a 200 feet, and what's the safest, shortest distance where we could go north and still get the merge in and still be safe? Is it 1,100? Is it
1,190 feet.
And what happens if we go to 500 so it's there at the power line corridor?
You'd force a faster merge, and it would not be as safe. It wouldn't follow the recommendations of the safety manuals.
Okay, council, and other questions? You have a staff or anything we need to go through?
I'm sorry, I have one last question for Andy. Andy, so if we do what I talked about, where you just have the 4 lanes and you have the 2 on 4800, you have 2 lanes going south, but you change that dedicated turn lane, right? So it is just going south. How does that change the impact to the homeowners? I guess what I'm trying to understand is how do we minimize the impact to homeowners?
So, and I'm restating the questions. When you say 4 lanes, are you saying 2 northbound and 2 southbound, and then plus the turn lanes? Or are you counting the turn lanes in that? I'm trying to understand, because
Correct. So the 2, if you had the 2 northbound receiving lanes, your
Okay.
turn lane, and then you had 2 instead of 3.
Right. So the impact would mean largely that right turn lane, and it's on the screen a little bit, but the Beasley's on the corner, it would be essentially 12-foot less impact to their property, and then the property north, which is Mr. Stowe's mother's property. I don't see him here, but he's probably looking me right in the face. Oh, there he is. Yep, there he is. Thanks. His mother's property would also not be impacted because the right turn lane extends into her field, and then it transitions just kind of around the area of her driveway. And so those 2 properties, the Beasleys and Mrs. Stowe's, would feel essentially 12-foot less impact.
12 foot less than what?
Than what we will then.
What was shown.
Which was
than
what?
what was shown. So more or less, if you did that, the impacts, and I can't say with perfect certainty because we have to do the final design, but the impacts to those properties wouldn't change from what they are today. I mean, so you would take what's the right turn lane today, and you would turn it into the through lane going south. And so the road wouldn't come any closer to those 2 properties than it is today. It might by a foot or 2. I don't want to promise exact specifics, but in large sense, it wouldn't change much from what it is today if you eliminated that dedicated right turn pocket that's currently proposed.
Now, if we're not just with the homes, if we're just only going from the Beasleys, the Stows, then any home going further north on that west side would not be affected, correct?
Well, the homes that are on the top two that are on the north get affected as well. So right now, Mrs. Stowe's home and the next home north, which out of memory, I'm not sure if that's Mr. Robinson's or if that's Bishop's. Those two don't have a lot of impacts right now with the design right in front of the homes. And then in order to make things match up with the lanes north, the top homes, the top 2-3 homes begin to have some impact. It's Mr. Robinson's, but then the top two have a little more impact.
Okay, Davenport's and Scotty Snowplow. So you have Scotty Snowplow
Yes.
and then Davenport's. Are they going to be affected?
Yeah, they'll be affected with that because you have to pick up that extra right turn lane off the corner of 11-200 north. So you're going to come into those yards a little bit just because your southbound lane, you're going south through the intersection, from points north, and that lane's going to have to align and so and go straight. And so you're going to impact those properties up towards the corner in either regard. So by eliminating the right turn lane, the property impacts that you save are those that are down near the corner at the Beasleys and at Mrs. Stowe.
But you can also save 5 more feet by making them 11 feet wide rather than 12, which is what the design shows, right?
Well, the current design for the lanes as it's laid out is 11 foot for the travel lanes right now. The two-way left turn lane is 12, but the travel lanes are 11 on the concept.
Oh, I thought on the picture it showed.
The picture, it showed 12 feet.
On
Ryan's
when I got asked that question earlier,
let's make sure.
It showed 12 feet on SR92, but the one that I saw that I was looking at was 11.
Yeah, so if you go back to those concepts, Rick, then you can probably find it faster, and I can log back into my computer. My computer locked up. I hadn't touched it long enough. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, keep going. A little bit farther. Keep going. Okay, stop right there. So if you look on the north side, so on the south side, they're even showing in the concepts right now some 11-foot travel lanes. So the two-way left turn lanes and the turning lanes, they've got it 12 foot, but the travel lanes or the through lanes, they've got it 11 foot in the current concepts there. So,
Andy, can I ask a question?
yes.
Okay, so we're talking about 2 lanes going north from SR92 to 11-200.
Currently, yeah,
we
that's
taper the 1 lane before you get to 11-200, or does that just all of a sudden become 1 lane at 11-200?
If we go 2 football fields, 600 feet, I'm just trying to visualize my
Yeah.
football. I can't throw that good. So I'm going 2 football fields. If we merge within 600 feet coming out of SR92, is that enough? I mean, I understand that what we're hearing is, I guess, engineering is saying we got to go 11.
Yeah.
Have we seen others that have done the 600? And because it appears we got to do it before Snowflake, or you got to go all the way if you're not merged by.
So
Snowflake.
if you're contemplating that, what I would say is that what we would do is we would try to merge the lanes before Snowflake. We would paint them to merge before Snowflake, so you're merged in before Snowflake, but it would be just essentially at Snowflake, right? We would merge it by Snowflake.
Does that meet the 590-foot requirement?
Well, it's less than what the standard manuals that Ryan refers to, but this is the way that I would handle that. I would create it. I would build it with the extra room, like it was painted as a trap lane to Snowflake, and then I would paint them and merge them by Snowflake. That way, the reason why I'm building it as a right turn lane to Snowflake is if all else fails and somebody can't get over, they've got a little escape lane, they've got a place to go. The other thing that we would do in that case is we would really focus on the speed, and we would try to come up with the best thing we can to slow people down. We ought to do that anyway, but to slow them down so that if you're going slower, you can merge sooner because you're not covering as much distance in that time. Ryan's not giving that recommendation because it doesn't meet every standard. And if you look around, you can certainly find instances where it is done, and we would do the best we could to make it safe. And that's why I'm suggesting that we would build it with a little bit of a refuge area, so that in the worst case, you had a little bit of refuge.
Andy, what's the impact difference between doing it right before Snowflake and doing it to what Ryan recommended?
May
I interrupt
it's
for
about
just a
400
quick moment,
feet.
Andy?
But how many houses?
It's 2
Andy,
homes.
may I
There's
interrupt
2
for just a
homes.
minute
There's
before
2
you?
homes north of there.
And then what footage on
well,
those homes?
It's
about
11
400
o'clock.
feet of roadway that you would not improve.
How much are you
So-
taking off from those homes?
You'd be taking off 12 feet, you know, essentially, or 11 feet, sorry, 11
On
feet.
2 homes?
Yeah. So, sorry, sometimes when you ask me those questions, I automatically just say 12 feet because it's a travel lane, but I got to remember these are 11-foot lanes, so 11 feet. You know, so for those 2 homes, you'd be saving impacts of 11 feet to those 2 homes.
11 feet.
And, you know, that's just a conscious decision that we as a city would need to make. Okay, we're going to do that. And in that regard, you know, not that I want anybody to have a wreck, but if we did have to come back and look at things again, you're not looking at completely rebuilding the intersection. You're not looking at substantial changes south of there. You're looking at, you know, needing to change things for 400 feet rather than this entire picture. So you'd be moving another piece of the chunk of the way there. You know, and so, you know, is that something we could look at and entertain? Yes, it is. Would it take a little extra attention and care for us to accomplish that? Yes. Does it meet every engineering standard? No, because Ryan's told you what meets every engineering standard, but I think it's something we could accomplish and something we could take a you know, look and do our very best at and see how it went. You know, I think it would be an improved condition from where we are today.
I move that we extend the meeting from 11 o'clock to 11:10.
You're so optimistic.
Second.
Okay, do we have a second or a separate motion?
I second.
Okay, do we have an alternate or do we want to vote on that?
I move to amend the motion to be 11:30 instead of 11:10.
Dude, if we do that, I need 30 seconds. I need a break for 2 minutes.
Do you have a second on Doug's? If not,
I will second Doug's.
That's 11:30.
Yes.
Because it was amended motion, I know it's just a time thing, guys. But because it's an amended motion, we vote on the last one that was there, so that would go to 11:30. If that passes 11:30, if not, we come back to the original motion. I know it's gonna.
I'll vote for 11:30 if you can amend your motion to include 2-minute break.
So moved.
Okay. We have
I'll amend the amendment.
You're the one that made it.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So we're voting on the motion to go to 11:30 with a 2-minute potty break or 2 minutes some type of break. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now extended to at 11:30 with a 2-minute break somewhere. I know I'm sorry. Public comment is come back, and we now need to make some. If there's any last questions, or if there's get prepared for a motion of what the council would like to do here.
I think there's a question for Andy. Just the, taking it down from 4 lanes instead of 5. Does that decrease our chances of it being on the priority list for MAG and getting funded? And essentially, where does that drop us? What are you thinking if we do that?
I'll just
honest reality.
I'll just give you my my gut feel. And I'll use what happened 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I didn't think we were going to get funded when we made those changes, and we kind of worked closer to the cut line. What's happened since then is everybody's cost estimates for what the project's going to cost are substantially up, right? So, and that happened to us on this project. So in that initial round of filtering, and I don't remember how many projects went in the neighborhood meeting. I used 50 or 100, and then MAG kind of scores them, and then about half the people drop out.
Yeah.
Well, what happened to us is from our initial cost estimate, to when we put this together, our cost estimate doubled for what we thought this round would cost. So that's happened to everybody. So you still only got a certain amount. I can't remember. I want to say it's 200 million that MAG is passing out. But in total, you're going to fund less projects this round because everybody's cost estimate has gone up because of the inflation, right? So I think if we go to 4 lanes, we probably get funded. We probably still get funded. My gut feel says we probably still get funded.
It'd be cheaper.
But you're going to be closer to the cut. If you keep it with the proposal that we talked about, eliminate the through right. I mean, go to a shared through right in the southbound and stop it at Snowflake northbound. I don't think that changes your chances of getting funded much. I think you're still going to get funded on that one. I think if you put forward the project that Ryan recommended, nothing's a shoo-in, but it'll be funded. So with every change you make to reduce those capacities, you're going to lessen your chances.
So,
And I know that's appealing because it impacts fewer. However, that's where the kids are. Where if we go all the way to 11,200, that's what's being recommended here. If we do it at Snowflake, does that enhance the probability of having an accident? Mm-hmm. Does it reduce public safety?
So
We asked Ryan Hill that.
Yeah, and I think the answer was yes, it does. So
I think I'm about ready to make a motion, and we'll see where it goes. And if nobody likes it, then we can continue discussion. But I'm ready to make a motion, I think.
Okay, let's go for it.
I might need some help. Rob, you ready? Okay, here's what I'm thinking. So tell me how to say this. So if we, instead of, this is none of the options, this is my own option. If we created, instead of a 5-lane arterial, a 4-lane arterial, and you change that dedicated right turn on going south on 4800. Okay. So then you're going to have 2 southbound lanes on 4800.
At the intersection.
At the intersection. Then you'll have your turn lane, and then you'll only have 1 northbound lane that accepts traffic from either a left turn at Highway 92 or going straight across North County. You only have 1 lane that accepts that. But you still have your dedicated right turn going west on Highway 92, turning onto 4800. Right, so then you're merging that traffic from going from 92 to 4800, but you're not accepting 2 lanes from either Highway 92 or from whatever that road is we're talking, North County.
North County does not have the 2 lanes going north.
North County has one lane going north, and in doing so, that allows you to align that intersection better and make it safer while you're doing all this.
But you have 2 south lanes using the one dedicated right one that you can go either right or you can go south.
So
right?
you have 2 lanes coming out of Alpine to increase their ability to get to the freeway, which is what we know they want to do, right? Because there are not that many people who are coming out of, this is not part of the motion, Rob, my explanation, making that clear, that you don't need to write that down. So, what I'm saying is there are not that many people who are coming from Alpine who need to turn right onto 92 because they're either taking Alpine Highway or they're going straight down to the freeway. Like the only reason you're turning right is if you're going to Harts, and I go to Harts. Okay, so that's my motion, Rob. So it's a 4-lane collector with 2 lanes going southbound.
One of which also is a right turn.
It goes straight and it's the right turn.
Through and right, going south, straight through, left, and 1 going north.
And only 1 going north, and that means that UDOT then can decide that they're going to all of a sudden make 2 lanes turning into Alpine because they only have 1 road to collect traffic onto. So we keep that decision for us. That's my final offer.
So maybe if I could just restate make sure I understand it correctly, would be to approve an amendment to the transportation element of the general plan and reclassify 4800 West between SR 92 and 11200 North from a 3-lane major collector to a 4-lane
Four-lane.
arterial, creating a new classification with the additional direction from council that the project scope be for a single northbound lane, and then followed by left going east, through, and through going west, combined in a single lane.
I believe that is what I said.
Yeah, I guess I need understanding if that's doable with
Do we have a
Andy
second?
and Ryan.
Oh, maybe before we even go, do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a second, but you can, now we can have some discussion on that.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. We can have a discussion, and if you can either have another alternate motion or anything. You had a question for Ryan?
Yeah, I just want Ryan to know if we're going in the right direction. Or
Yes.
no. Or if you see problems with that, tell us.
Temporary condition, I think it'll work fine. Long term, you'll probably be back looking at this again.
How soon?
How soon? Near 2050.
Near 2050?
Yeah.
Oh, good, we won't be here.
As part of the
You
motion,
might all still
I
be on the
don't want to
council, I'm
talk
not
about
sure,
this
but-
again until 2050.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. So let's just go through, guys. Let's kind of, so with this, you're saying what you believe is what you heard is the 2 lanes going south with it being a 1 lane being, you're not having a dedicated right where they would then merge over right. The 1 lane going north. I don't know what we do if the 2 lanes are going north to get them over. And then you got 1 lane going westbound on SR 92 that would turn up as a dedicated lane up into 4800 West, correct? Is that right? That was the motion?
I think so.
That's the way I understood
that will
the motion.
suffice until 2050, you're saying?
Well, it'll suffice
line
for
it
a
up.
time period until the volumes grow high enough that you need to do that. So somewhere between now and 2050. I don't know when, but it's probably closer to 2050. If that helps. It's not the long-term solution, good, better, best.
So is that then something that MAG would still fund and be put on the priority list and would be a doable project that we would be able to get it funded?
I think you'll get some funding for it. That, again, my personal opinion. I don't vote, but I would think you would still be on that list.
The 2 lanes going north on North County Boulevard up to SR 92, that's a 1 lane right now.
No, it's 2 lanes going north from North County Boulevard.
It turns.
You're
The 2 lanes turn, but 1 goes straight.
But the problem is you have a trap lane, the one that turns, some thinks it goes straight. But maybe if you get lined up, they can figure it out.
Well, we make it a dedicated right.
Yeah, I'd prefer to, personally, prefer to go with the option 4 solution for south of and turn the turn lane into the trap lane, the
Yeah.
right turn.
It's a right turn trapped
Into the
instead of a
trap
left
lane.
turn trapped, which is better.
That answer your question.
Yeah. That answers your question. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion before us that has also been seconded. Is there further discussion before we go to vote?
Yeah, can I just ask a quick question to Andy? If we do this and do the 4 lane, I mean, we've actually got the road kind of there. We wouldn't have to buy a lot of property on the sides, right?
You're still going to buy, what you were always going to buy
For
on the
22.
22 on the west, on the east side, and then you're going to have to buy some properties northerly on the west side. So some of the properties on the northwest of this corridor that we're talking about you'd have to buy.
But I don't think the motion is to have 2 southbound lanes from 11200. I think it's kind of, you form the second southbound lane as you get closer to the intersection, right?
And that have to be
I
decided?
understood the motion to be that it's a 4-lane section for the full section. So I understood that we were
That's the question.
pulling
So
on the
4-lane section
pulling
from
on the
11200 all the way down.
the second southbound lane at 11200 north. That's what I understood it to be as it was stated. Now,
Because you've already got a
please
4th
clarify.
lane halfway down.
Yeah, you have a 4th lane halfway down. I guess I was kind of envisioning it as what Scott was saying, but I'm open to listen.
Well, okay,
Maybe.
that's clarifying. Is it a 4-lane all the way from 11200 down to SR 92, or is the 2 southbound lanes you pick up 1 lane halfway down, or at a point to be departed?
So I envision, and what I thought I was seconding, is that you pick up the second southbound lane partway down where it already branches off to create a dedicated right turn, you can make that the southbound, or they could turn right. And I wouldn't put it all the way up to 11,200.
Okay, is that what you understood?
Because I'm trying to minimize the impact on the residents.
Brittany, is that what you understood? Is
That's
that
what
part-
I understood from
So
myself.
do we need to amend, Rob, do we need to amend the motion to make sure that that southbound is picked up halfway down?
It sounds like with the additional direction that the reclassification is
Part way down.
the classification. I think I don't know how to write it better, but direction that when we design it as part of the, or I just said, how we are running the lanes going through and right and left, whatever, that we also choke down the, I guess we add that southbound lane
Partway down.
partway down, and we'll have to do final design at some point, but
Yeah, I mean, I can't
Snowflake is
decide
an
all that
estimate. It'll have to come down to engineering to decide
Right.
where that comes back in. Something along those lines.
Yeah,
Is that
but
what-
I really like to minimize the impact on the
Okay, so
residents.
on your motion, is it clear enough? Is everyone clear enough what the motion is, what they'd be voting on?
Sorry, I just want to make sure that that is what Ryan understood as well when he gave that answer, that this would be okay until
2050.
2050.
Or that's what his estimation is.
Yeah.
Does it change your opinion?
Does it change your opinion?
You need to come.
Would you mind just coming to the mic so they can?
Rob, is it possible to put with minimizing the impact, and that would just have to be something that would be engineered later? Like that seems like a detail that's hard to work out tonight.
The detail of where we catch that, it's more of, I mean, we can always propose, here's a midpoint and here's the full thing, and here's why we might recommend one or the other, the pros and cons of each, and bring that back. You are going to have to talk about this again, but you're
No, I
going
don't
to
want
have to talk about it again anyway, because
We have to prove.
we're at a conceptual level regardless.
Okay, we have to approve a concept. Is there a recommendation on why we're before you now, even if we vote it one way, if it be the 4 lanes from 11,200 all the way down, or it can work if it's halfway where we pick up an extra lane to go south?
I would classify the road as an arterial, as you've already talked about.
Yeah, they're okay.
I would extend the lane to 620 feet, because that would give you 500 feet for dual southbound lanes at the intersection. They can queue backwards, and you can have some merge distance going back. So that gives you a taper of about 120 feet, which is a 10-to-1 ratio. So 620 feet.
So can I so if we want to go with that, can I do an alternate motion to go basically with what he's saying, or?
Would you guys, do you want an alternate
Or-
motion to do that, or would you guys be amenable to amend your motion?
To amend it.
That'd be at the 620.
Would you like me to repeat
Ryan,
that?
clarification, 620 feet from the intersection going northbound?
Yes.
Correct.
So Snowflake is at 800 feet.
That's
So you're
correct.
saying even after Snowflake is where minimum we should pick up that second southbound
Can
lane.
you show us on the map,
Minimum.
Andy?
No, you're coming from from the intersection going back. 600 feet would be before Snowflake. Am I thinking right?
So how far back?
I'm asking them to
And
pull
we're
up
at
a map so
11:30.
we can
We
see.
thought we'd be done.
I'm just trying to get something.
Mayor, would it be helpful if I restated kind of what we've been
Yes,
talking about?
restate.
Would that be okay?
Yeah,
So-
go ahead and restate.
What I would suggest is in the southbound direction, sorry.
You guys, if you can hear.
I'm listening, yes, I'm sorry.
No, if you want to, sorry.
You're good.
I'll wait till you're done.
I was just looking at my own map. I'm
Okay.
good.
Well,
So-
I guess our question was, you're putting feet on the second right, or the second southbound lane, okay?
Correct.
And you're saying where it comes. And I just was wondering where the dedicated right turn lane starts, how many feet up?
We're 620 feet from that intersection back up north.
Yeah. That's
So
what I-
Snowflake is at 800 feet. So south of Snowflake, as Aaron had suggested. So what I would suggest is that south of Snowflake, 620 feet north of SR 92, is where you begin to taper as you head southbound. That would be a 120-foot taper. It'd be 10-to-1 ratio. And that would widen out from a single lane to 2 southbound lanes that would approach SR 92 in the southbound direction. That outside lane would be a shared through and a right turn trap lane. Well, right turn lane, shared through right. And in the eastbound direction, you would have a single left turn lane. In the northbound direction, you would work on lane alignment. So you have the same 2 lanes that you have now. You have the same traffic condition that you currently have. But the single northbound lane would come up and go through the intersection and be your northbound lane.
Correct.
And that would go all the way to 11200. In the westbound direction, Councilmember Bills, I think we were talking about putting in the right turn pocket to go westbound and northbound.
Mm-hmm. You're coming from Viewpoint. I'm
Yep.
just going coming
Yep.
from Viewpoint, or you're going west on SR 92 from Viewpoint or the
Yep.
gravel pit and turning up into North County.
I think that captures everything you were talking about.
That sounds like exactly right.
So Andy, this is my question because I'm not quite clear. How many feet above the intersection at SR 92 does the dedicated right turn lane start? Because it looks like it's almost up 600.
It's pretty close to what Ryan described. It's a little short of that.
So you wouldn't have to extend that a great deal to be able
it's
to
probably
create the double lane.
it's probably another 100 feet or so at the
Okay.
most, something like that. I was just trying to approximate myself that very question.
And I feel like that is the best we can do to maximize safety, lessen impact to residents, and increase the function.
And the safety.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the safety.
We have a
would-
motion. We have a second. If there's not any further discussion, let's now move to vote.
One other quick, if on the south side of the intersection, do you want to keep the trap lane, the left turn? I personally prefer to switch it to the right turn lane as the trap lane.
What you're saying
that feels like it is a safer.
And what I need to clarify
That's the option
is
4.
you can give guidance to how you want that to be done, but
It's UDOT.
ultimately anything that
UDOT.
involves changes on UDOT's road, UDOT's going to say yay or nay. You can certainly give me guidance, but the only thing that we're going to control is what's on our side. But you can give me guidance, and I can go back to UDOT and say this is what our council would prefer. They do take that seriously. I'm not going to say they're just to dismiss it. I just want to make sure you understand that would be in the form of guidance, because that's the street that UDOT controls.
Absolutely.
So Andy, anything south of SR 92 going down North County, that's UDOT has the ultimate say, but anything that's been suggested that I've seen does not impact people's property. It just affects the park strip. Am I correct?
Because when North County was widened and they had to buy all the homes,
Yes.
there's extra public
park
right
strip.
of way there, and so yes, nothing that's being suggested on North County Boulevard, impacts people's parcels, because the state already owns a greater footprint. And so, yes, you're correct there. And like I said, I'm not saying that it's not worth saying this is how we think it ought to be changed and providing that guidance. I just want everybody to understand that all of that is in form of commentary to UDOT, if you will, and suggestion.
Sure.
We're
I'd
gonna
like to
give them what we're
clarify that
saying.
it
We're-
does.
We want them to receive us on the one side, and we're going to show them the issue of the 2 lanes, how that, and
Right.
and
So
say,
they
you now
line 'em
address
up.
that. They
Okay.
need, and that
North-
would be fun in our meetings.
North County Boulevard being widened there, taking less of that park strip, will impact those neighbors, and the fact of the noise.
We'll be closer.
They'll be closer, and there'll be more dust, and there's all kinds of impacts.
Correct, yes. There will be.
We just don't need to
there
take
will
any
be
property.
impacts to them. There just will not be
Right.
property acquisition.
Not
Yes.
property, but at the same time, the people on the east side of the country club cannot get out because of the constant right turn off SR 92. This would give them a merge lane so they could get out of their neighborhoods, because we've heard them complain terribly about it. So I think they would probably like it. I don't
Okay,
know.
guys, we have a motion
Okay.
before us. If there's
So-
no other further discussion, is there
I just wanted we have a 4-lane arterial with 1 northbound lane with design and layout generally as explained by Ryan Hales this evening.
Bingo.
Does everyone understand what the motion is they're voting on? Okay, can we electronic vote, or do you want to do a vote? Everyone in electronically? Okay, we're now making the vote.
Mayor, if I wasn't tired of motions, I would have added your bright orange signs all over, but it seemed like too much.
Can I have on record that I am apologizing to the council in 2050?
Yes. Okay, Ron and Doug, we do not have the vote in yet.
It says that it was
Oh.
received.
Try one
My
more
screen
time.
says that it was received.
Okay, Doug, what was your vote?
Yes.
Okay, can you reveal, please? That passes 5-0. Okay, thank you for coming, all those. You're welcome to stay. Okay, we will now move on. We've got to just get a couple of last items done on our agenda. We have item number 5.
Do we need to extend the meeting at this point?
We
or
probably need, actually, item number 4. We do need to extend.
How long
Do we want to
would
just
you-
get the expedited stuff? What do you guys want to talk about? Looking at the agenda, you have expedited items that can be less than 2 minutes unless there's discussion there. We have discussion items which we don't have to discuss at this time. We got the Alpine fence that can come next week, maybe.
I
We
move.
can continue that.
Okay,
I move that we extend the meeting until midnight. No, recognizing that we can always adjourn sooner than that.
yes. So,
I'll second that.
okay, we've got a motion for midnight, second, but hopefully we adjourn before that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay. Opposed.
Nay. I'm nay.
Opposed. We have one opposed?
We have at least 2 opposed.
Okay, we have, the motion was to extend to midnight, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. And it was Kim that was
No,
opposed.
Scott.
I'm opposed.
Oh, Scott, it's
I
3 to
think
2.
we just need to continue this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, it passed. We have item number 4A and 4B, expedited items. It was Ron. I'm sorry, it was Doug that made the motion and Ron seconded. It was Kim and Scott not in favor. Okay, on expedited items, is there any discussion? Is there a motion for item number 4A and 4B? Do you want to make, can we approve all expedited, or do we have to go do each one of them, Rob?
We can go through them, but we'll go 30 seconds
Or
each.
you could just do a motion if
Or
you
if
don't
you want
need
just
an
to approve 'em, you can approve 'em.
Is there a motion for 4A?
I'll make a motion
I've
to
gone
approve
through
item
'em.
4A.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion for 4A second. Can we vote on 4A? We're voting on 4A.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it going to be here? Okay.
Is it
Yes.
electronic? Do we have electronic?
Yeah, we do.
I'll vote yes.
This is
My electronic
chaos.
went down.
Okay, I have it.
Yeah, it still hates me.
Okay, Doug, what's your vote?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0. We're now on to 4B, which is appointment of appeal authority. Is there any discussion? If not, we can take a motion.
I move that the city council approve Craig Call's appointment as appeal authority for Highland City and authorize the execution of the proposed appointment agreement per the information in the packet, which I thought was very extensive and good.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Scott, second by Brittany. If we can do electronic vote, let's do electronic vote. Those that can't, you got 3 seconds to be in. Okay. Doug,
Yes.
what was your vote? And Ron, what was your vote? Yes. Okay, that passed 5-0. Do we want to now adjourn and move all the other items to another meeting? Or do you want
Could
to
we high level talk about TSSD because it has to come next time?
Okay.
I know you love TSSD. I'm sorry.
Okay, other than TSSD, you got, go ahead, Andy, you have exactly 2 minutes on TSSD. They're raising their rates.
No. Well, yes, but that is not what we're talking about. So before you next week will be a reuse agreement, and basically what the reuse agreement says is that we are going to contract with, and this is to reuse water that comes out of the sewer plant into the pressurized irrigation pipes. But it basically says that we agree that American Fork is going to take our water and put it into their system, and then American Fork is going to trade us water at the canyon, and we all have to pay whatever expense that costs for American Fork to do that. And that is not just with us, it's for all these Northeast cities. So that would be us, Cedar Hills, Alpine, and Pleasant Grove would all sign on and sign that. The reason why that's important, it has to be passed next time, is because we have to have this agreement approved before March 25th.
Before the irrigation. Can I just
And
ask?
it's not
sorry.
before irrigation, it's because we have a deadline on our water rights
Hey,
application.
can I, on your water rights, is this water rights out of the river, or they actually have a special pipeline? Are they given out of their pipeline?
No,
or
this is water rights that comes out of the sewer plant, right? So it's water rights we already own, but we are saying
Yeah,
we
but
have
where
an
are we
applica-
getting the water that we exchange?
It's our culinary water rights.
Yeah,
So
well-
it goes to
Oh.
all the homes, from the homes to the sewer plant, but that water's still reusable once it's treated. So
Yeah.
there's a it's a very complex thing that we're trying to figure out of how we can still use that water, but AF is the only one who can really use it. So if they get that, that's Highlands water in a sense. But
It's our
so we'll give it to AF, but they have to trade us water because we can't just give up water.
Any concern about this being on the agenda next week?
No, let's talk about it. I think all that sewer water after it's
Okay.
treated should go to Lehigh.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by
Second.
Kim, second by Brittany. All in favor?
Aye.
We are now adjourned at 11:44.